Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm again back in the booth, Edward Batinga here at Poker House Dallas, where tonight we will be doing part 2 of a 2-5 live stream this evening here at Poker House. And again, kind of an impromptu live stream, or had an earlier session that was 2-5 match the stack. This, I believe, I'm not sure if this one's match the stack or it's a 1500 cap. So I guess we'll find out in a few minutes. So again, thanks for all of those that are joining in the chat this Saturday evening. You're probably going to hear me say impromptu a number of times tonight. And again, this is our 4th impromptu stream this week. So trying to get a little mix in, different types of cash games, different players. So look for some action packed today. This potentially can turn into the VPIP game. We'll see. So I'll talk about that a little more in a few minutes. And here we go. We're about a few seconds away from live action. And Hazlitt House Poker, I'm not sure if this is Chris or Nick, but yes, Frankie is playing this live stream tonight. There you go, seeing him in the 8 seat. So Frankie from Next Gen, for those of you that don't know, Poker House Dallas and Next Gen have formed a partnership, just announced it about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And so they've brought a lot of energy to this room with the group. In tonight's live stream, at least up for now, it's just Frankie, but I believe we have Rosie on the sidelines waiting to hopefully get a spot on this stream if a seat opens up. Turn up the table mic so Eric can see. You all can hear Eric in the background. Captain Under Paris, thank you again for joining back-to-back streams here at Poker House Dallas. And here we go. We are underway with Hand of Wand. Action underway. Sorry, I was letting the table talk go between Terrell and that specific player. So this is a game that's been kind of facilitated. We put this on Poker Atlas earlier today. Got a lot of interest. Decided to do a secondary stream this evening. So this is again part 2 of our 2-5. I believe this is a 1500 cap. Now I know you're going to see some players with bigger stacks. Oh, let's get back to the action here. Check raise under the gun. Flopping the nut flush draw. John in the 1 seat turning the nut flush draw. So both have flush draws. John leading the turn, betting 55 into a pot of 125, bet 40%. John raising. Board pairing 6 of diamonds. Let's see if maybe this turn river goes check check. John betting 225 on the river. Getting check raise to fold. And again, thank you viewers of the chat. Thank you for joining in. This Saturday evening, 6:30 p.m. here in Dallas, Texas. Let us know what you think about these impromptu live streams. Rounder, I believe this stream is set to go to 10 p.m. It got started a little bit late. So maybe it'll go to 10:15, 10:30, just so we can get 4 hours in, depending on the feeder table. If we have a feeder table going into this table, maybe potentially going into a little bit of overtime. It just depends. So this game can turn into the VPIP game. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. At this time, we have a few players that are wanting to jump into a 2-5. So if that wait list gets long enough, we may convert this to a VPIP game. We have Terrell in the box, one of our more experienced dealers here at Poker House. Coldest one on the button, gonna bet 55 into a pot of about 145. Gonna take that pot down with a single spade, low spade. Again, I now have in the booth with me that'll be getting hooked up to the mic and headset, Mr. Matt Osborne, co-general manager here. So for I've been informed that this is supposed to be a VPIP game, and that if you guys are interested in potentially participating in this game, assuming we get enough players on a feeder table, you're not going to see the feeder table. It's just outside this live stream table to sign up on Poker Atlas. So this is a 2-5. Is this a $1,500 cap or is this a match to stack?
It is a match stack.
What? Sorry.
There we go. It is a match stack today. I just confirmed it with Eric.
Okay, so this is a match to stack. So I think the cap initial buy-in was $1,500. Now, this was a table that was going before the stream, so you're going to see some players with stacks bigger than $1,500. It's because they accumulated them off stream prior to this going live.
Makes perfect sense. I see we got Frankie sitting here at the table. That's a nice addition. I like it. Captain Underpairs, welcome back. Let's see. Do we know how long is this stream set for? Probably 3 hours as well?
I think it's going to be 4.
4 hours?
Yeah, so 3 or 4 hours. We'll see. And Jake and Bake, who was on the stream earlier, I think that's the same Jake that was on the stream earlier.
I'd have to see.
Yeah, he's right there.
It is. Yep,
yeah, and again, I apologize for the cameras, and we now have that fixed. So in a few minutes, you'll see the cameras rotating around. So apologies for the cameras getting stuck.
Oh, my fault.
No, it actually was stuck before you got in here. I didn't catch it, so it is what it is.
Well, happy Saturday night, and welcome to Poker House Live.
I think these viewers are liking these impromptu streams.
I know the manager is.
Again, for those of you not knowing, Mr. Matt Osborne in the booth with me, one of the co-general managers here, along with Daniel McWilliams. Thank you, Rounder.
Thank you, Rounder.
Iowa, if I'm correct. No, South Florida. South Florida. There was somebody from Iowa. You're from South Florida, and there was another gentleman that was from Pennsylvania.
That
was playing poker yesterday in West Virginia.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yes, I got it right. Rounder, yes, is watching from South Florida. Thank you, Rounder.
There it is.
I'll tell you what, come up here. I guess come west.
Over?
Over, yeah. If you want to put on live stream, definitely lock you up a seat. Rounder, what kind of stakes do you like to play yourself? 1-2, 1-3, 2-5 tournaments? And again, for those of you in the chat, what do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer to play cash tournament?
2-5 Hard Rock is a great room.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I love playing down there. Let's say I love playing. I've only played there once, but I definitely want to make it down there.
Yeah, Hard Rock has a lot of great events.
Oh, and Coldest here flopping the joint, but now it's on a paired board.
Mm-hmm.
Turn brings in a heart draw for Jake. Going to raise it to 75 on the turn. Poker Canth definitely going to be getting in the mix here. Poker Canth was one of the only players on this stream that was a carryover from the prior stream. So got a little mix in the game and played a lot of hands and had a high VPIP. So look for him to also play a lot of hands in this particular stream.
He absolutely did. He was fun to watch. He had a hard stream, I think. He was picking up steam at the end of it.
Coldest with the best hand with a straight. One of my new friends, Matt, in the five seat, he used Old Man for his moniker last week. Excuse me. So I don't know what his name is here on the stream.
All right, we'll have to look.
November, $400, $1 million guarantee. That's such good value.
What?
I don't know how I can miss
Hang
that
on,
tournament.
Rounder. Do you have a guest room?
Matt and I will flow down there. I tell you what, if we start this podcast that we talked about, maybe we can film one. You'll be one of our first
There it is.
interviewees.
The remote, the remote
yeah.
interview.
Are they interviewees? Interviewer is the person doing the interview. So since
It would
since
have
it-
to be.
since they're the recipient,
subject?
yeah.
Right.
Since they're the recipient or the subject matter of the interview, or we'll go with that. Interviewee it is. And again, like, share, and subscribe on all our social media platforms. We are on Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. I'm just naming all of them. I'm assuming we're on all of them. I think
If
we
it's
are.
got an app icon, we're probably on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what's neat here, again, what's neat here, behind this live stream, you'll see it when the camera eventually rotates around, that there's a cool little neat QR code. So if you were to come to the room, you scan the QR code, it brings up all our social media platforms. So again, we are trying to monetize this on YouTube. So we have the number of required viewed hours, just need the subscribers. So we're getting close. We're about 500 now, so halfway there. So once we get there, we can monetize, and at future dates, make some neat updates to this feature. Oh, and look at this. Going to be a little bit of an action flop here. Jake flopping a combo draw. Now, a lot of spades are out. Spade draw, Broadway draw. And Colt also having a piece of this flop with a spade draw.
Yeah, this is
These
great.
players not knowing. Oh, just don't say MySpace. I totally forgot about MySpace. That was actually in my day and age.
Yeah, Tom. Everybody was friends with Tom.
Yeah. Oh my. No, that was Facebook. Facebook was Tom.
No.
Was it MySpace?
Oh my goodness. See, now I gotta look.
You gotta look. Okay.
We're so old. All right, let's check.
Gosh, I want to see if I had MySpace in like 7th or 8th grade.
Yes, Tom is MySpace.
Okay, it was on MySpace. Okay, confirmed. Oh, and a check raise by Jake and Bake, making it 200 with an open ender with a flush draw. Again, these players not knowing that they have each other's spade outs.
Yeah, look at this.
Definitely six making a very smart fold, not knowing that he doesn't have a very good flush draw. Poker can't. Let's see if he gets in. Oh, he turns. Also, now he
The redraw.
a
Look at this.
redraw. So
He's got
all
the
these
gut shot draw.
All these players have.
So everybody has a flush draw.
Yeah, everybody has a flush draw. Colt with the best of it, having a pair. No one else having a pair.
Yep.
Let's see if Poker can't, though. That's a really big sizing. They're betting 500 into 700. Don't know how Colt can call here, and I don't know.
Well, I was going to say can Poker can't call, but yeah.
Yeah,
he's a draw-heavy player.
Yeah,
I think he can call 500 into this.
Yeah, I don't know if Colt can make this call here with Poker can't behind.
Did Colt just put in the
Oh, he
all in?
re-rips it for
Look at
1.2K.
Just seeing the whole cards here, I love this.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I promised action, and here we are. Again, sorry for the camera view. It will start to rotate really soon. So they're both all in.
You know, Poker can't, if he sees the heart, is going to be sick.
Yeah.
So he saved himself. Look at that. 10-7 got 2 pairs, so Colt takes the top board. And, yeah, chop, chop.
Yeah, it gets there. Chop, chop.
Well, that was exciting. Gamble, gamble.
Yeah, Jake needling Poker Canth a little bit. Good fold by Poker Canth. He definitely, well, they wouldn't have been able to go
Yeah, they couldn't have ran it more than
more than
once.
once. Yeah, we have a rule here, and it's a pretty standard rule. If your head's up, you can run multiple boards or multiple turns and rivers, but once it gets multi-way and it's an all-in, you can only run one board. And Ronald Whitehurst in the chat, thank you for now following us. Again, like and subscribe.
I don't know.
I don't know if I can
So
read
that one, yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to read it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to play conservative. But we see your comment, Ronald. We're just not entirely sure.
Rounder, I actually like to run it once. I know some people like to run it twice because, you know, they think it reduces variance. It reduces variance in the short term, but in the long run, if you were to average it out, it doesn't make any difference. So
Right. And we spoke on this a little bit earlier
Yeah.
on the last stream.
I think you were in the last stream.
Yeah. I'm a once kind of OG guy.
Yeah, I
right?
like that, Rounder.
I don't disagree. For me, I'm a little bit more flexible. I prefer 1 or 3. I really like there to be a absolute winner in the outcome. But whatever it is that we decide, I just want any player that runs it more than once to be consistent
Oh,
with
yeah,
it
agreed,
and not
100%.
bounce back and forth based on the strength of their hand.
Yeah. There's nothing that tilts me more when somebody's like, okay, I'll run it twice, and the next thing they're like, run it once. I'm like, nah.
Bryce, you get the gold star. Thank you for sharing the stream. We appreciate everyone else. If you can share the stream, we want to grow this audience. Let's grow the show.
Nobody on this flop having much of anything. Jake and Bake with the best hand. Well, now turning aces up with a queen kicker.
Rounder, I completely agree. Yeah, if there's any discussion of running it more than once, I'm never revealing my hand until the discussion's done.
Usually if I run it twice, if I outturn it twice and it gets all in, I'll say, hey, whatever you want to do, because I don't like asking, do you want to run it once or twice?
Because it seems like it gives away the strength of your hand.
So I just say, whatever you want to do.
Right.
Actually, what I say is, whatever you want to do, I usually run it once.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I say that every single time.
I know for me, I'm not mad at people, whatever it is they decide.
Yeah.
Just be consistent.
And Ronald Ward, thank you for sharing the stream. Really appreciate that. And again, if you're on any of our social media platforms, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, that stream this live streaming this stream, share this stream. So I'm getting messages. This is excuse me. It is a match the stack. Match the stack, and I believe it is a VPIP game, and I believe anybody that's over 40% is going to be safe. So, thank you, Ronald Whitehurst, for liking the stream.
5 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls, 8 calls, 9 calls.
In about 4 or 5 minutes, you're going to see the cameras rotating. So,
We're getting closer.
yeah, getting closer.
This is a board op adjustment that we're still learning to make and watch. So the TVs are above our eye level, and the board is below chest level. So we're not paying attention to the board. We get very engrossed in the action on the TVs above us on our monitors, and we miss it. And so when the cameras lock up and we don't see all the pretty lights,
Yeah, I need to put like a sign or at least move the switchboard up here that says check
I think that's what
switchboard.
we do. I think that's the answer.
Check switchboard.
Right. So we feed all these cables through here
Yeah.
and just mount it right in front of us.
I like that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, because then it's visual.
You get a little bit of the purpose of these impromptu live streams. A is to give you viewers an option to watch some poker on a Saturday evening. 2, there's a number of staff that have been going to Vegas. Mr. Matt Osborne in the booth with me, along with the co-general manager Daniel McWilliams, and along with Eric Anderson, who was the individual that jumped in at the end of the last live stream, and there was the person running the live stream last session. Mm-hmm. They're all going to Vegas for a gaming convention, and the casino gaming convention is the largest one in the world. And then Matt's going to be going to home to spend some time with his family in Minnesota. So it's going to be pretty much
the opposite. Eric is going to go spend some time with his family in Minnesota.
What did I say?
Matt,
Oh yeah.
you're going to make my family wonder who the other family is.
Yeah. So Eric's gonna go visit his family in Minnesota for a few days, and just gonna come back in time. When he comes back, we're gonna have some neat additions to our live stream. I know we've been getting a lot of requests for an overhead cam.
It's coming.
Done. Just not here yet and not installed.
Yeah, we have the equipment, we have the wires.
Yeah, and I was gonna say right outside the live stream booth, we have all the wiring to make the upgrades to the new cameras, to the overhead flop cam, and the drapes that we're gonna add around this to make it a more private setting for these players. So, gonna make some neat improvements to this live stream. You're gonna see hopefully in the next. It's not gonna be implemented for the next 2 weeks, but in the next couple of weeks, you'll see some neat.
I can tell you we'll have it in place in time for Danielle's birthday bash. So that's the assurance we can give.
Ooh. 3-bet by Frankie. And poker can't 4-betting with Jack 9 suited. really aggressive four bet for that specific holding. Doesn't really block many premium hands.
Right.
Frankie gonna call here. Unfortunately, mystery cards. Now, poker can flopping top pair here. That's a really large sizing.
It is, but if you noticed, a few of these bets have been. I think that they are organically trying to increase the stakes of this game right out the gate.
Yeah, a lot of times when you make a bet that size, you want to protect whatever hand you have at that point.
Right.
Trying to prevent from overpairs. So representing maybe a hand like pocket tens, pocket jacks, trying to prevent ace king, ace queen, king queen suited to float the flop. So big sizing on the flop, getting Frankie to fold. Nice hand by Poker Kent. Again, continuing his aggressive play.
And we've
earlier.
learned with Frankie, so he is not afraid to mix it up.
Yeah.
Don't read that fold as a tight play.
I know they played with each other a number of times.
Yeah.
Now, so one of the neat things we have going here at Poker House, on Tuesdays, we are starting mixed games, 15:30.
On the stream?
No. Just
Oh,
in the
in the house.
In the house.
Yes.
We had two
tables.
Two tables going this past Tuesday. So
We certainly did.
Played 15:30. Played a variety of different games. Played all of the horse games, I believe, except for Limit Hold'em. Played Deuce of Seven Triple Draw, Badoogie, Badesi, Oma Jack, Dramaha. So it was a fun-filled. Unfortunately, I was only able to play about 2 or 3 hours because I had to jump in the. Well, I actually had to train and then jump in the booth. So really cool that we're mixing it up here at Poker House.
Right.
And right now, if you're hearing all that background noise, it's because we have 10 cash tables, including this live stream going here at Poker House, as well
Plus
as
another tournament.
Plus 2 tables for our $7,500 guarantee.
That's right. Which is still got an overlay of $12.60.
Okay, so how much longer is registration open for?
1 hour.
Okay, so we have about an hour left. Again, if you're in the Dallas DFW area and you're within an hour drive of Poker House,
There's added value.
yeah, added value. We're gonna have an overlay. So.
Yep. $7,500 is the guarantee. It's a $280 deep stack buy-in for $30,000 in chips. The blinds are right now only at 500 and 1,000. So it's a big blind ante game. So it's 500, 1,000, 1,000. 1 hour and 2 minutes left to play or left to register to buy in. And like I said, $1,200 overlay. So added value to the game.
Jake and Bake picking up some cards. They're going to bet 200 into a pot. Getting John to call a top pair. Jake and Bake having trip fives. Looks like the 1 seed and the 4 seed are going to be action players. So it looks like that side of the table. Yeah, around it. Like, so here's the thing. In Texas, obviously, Hold'em's a big thing. In areas like Houston, Austin, and San Antonio, PLO's a big game. Here in Dallas, they call it Congress here. It's Big O.
Anywhere else in the country, it's Big O.
It's called Big O, but for some reason...
Here they treat it as 2 separate games.
Right.
So Big O here is 5-card high only.
Yeah. In Congress is 5-card high-low.
Right.
So...
But I've only ever grown up with Big O anywhere else.
I remember when I moved here to Dallas, it's like, hey, do you want to play Congress? I'm like, yo, I literally know all poker variant games. Like, I played every single thing. What's Congress? And I was like, y'all, that's Big O. That's Big O high-low. So,
right.
Oh, yep. And Old Man on the button in the 5-seat using his same nickname today.
Yep.
Colt flopping a big
top
hand.
pair with top redraw.
Check raise.
You can always find Colt in the room with the hat.
And Poker Kent's going to float with a top pair. So we're going heads up to the turn. 10 of hearts bringing in another flush draw, backdoor flush draw. Yeah, Rounder, I never heard of Congress until I moved to Dallas either, so you're not the only one. It's a Texas thing. Colt picking up a nice little pot, $275, getting his stack to about 1.8K. So, Matt, how do you think this relationship with Next Gen has gone so far?
I cannot tell you how excited we have been with Next Gen, but I knew of Next Gen, I think, passively. I had seen the occasional clip. I would not have been able to tell you the names of the three gentlemen prior to this relationship, but their following you could not deny.
Right.
So now the marriage of being with Next Gen and having them in-house and getting to know them individually and interacting with them, this is a dynamic trio of three young men. So they're incredibly production savvy, even poker savvy, and they have so much energy to be around. It's refreshing to see the next generation come in that is trying to learn how to run a poker room, how to be involved in poker and poker adjacent. And they have a passion for developing a skill set that they don't know and sharing the skill set they do.
Yeah, and the neat thing about this group of young guys, I say young guys, gosh, I'm 39. These guys are 23, 24, just graduating college from SMU.
Right, you could be their dad.
Dang, man. You're going to call me out on the stream like that? That's dirty. Super dirty. But yes, technically speaking, I could be their father.
I'm just saying.
But be that as it may, it's neat because they're bringing a whole new group of poker players, poker followers that may not have necessarily been interested in poker, but just because of their age and them being able to relate to players.
Absolutely,
their age has voted very well for them.
It has, well, and obviously for the room as well. And so having their involvement in the room has been great. The energy that they bring to this, and they're cultivating, I think, the next generation of player. But not only that, their social media savvy and their production savvy really shows through in their video clips when you see them post. So none of that is on accident. This is tried and true, and they've developed their flavor on how to put content out there that is quickly consumable and enjoyable.
Yeah, and now they're up to nearly 190,000 subscribers, and I know they have the largest TikTok following, the largest TikTok poker following.
Yeah, they have
189,000 subscribers.
They do, and over 1 million views.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, these guys, they know exactly what they're doing. They even have a short-term career path. They know where they're trying to take both their brand, and they were very clear and concise of what they're trying to learn at Poker House. So all the way around, this has been a tremendous relationship. I cannot tell you how excited we are.
I still think I had the best hand. The way it played out.
Had a chance to spend some time with Frankie the other day. Very, very intelligent young man. And, I asked him, between the three guys, he's the only one pursuing poker on professionally.
That's right.
At this moment in time, Rosie works in finance at an investment banking firm, and Jack is in graduate school. And so Frankie's spending a lot of his time doing next gen, editing, social media, marketing, and then the other half playing poker. So, he's trying to expand the brand. And the neat thing about the relationship with here at Poker House is that as a group and as a room, you guys are allowing them, giving them some autonomy to grow their brand, also giving you guys an opportunity here at Poker House to grow your brand. So it's just a natural relationship I believe is gonna work well in the future.
I totally agree. It's very symbiotic, so it's gonna benefit both brands, I think, significantly. I think that we now see how to grow both of our audiences together on a parallel path.
Right. Here we go with Poker Camp having the nut flush draw, now turning the board pairs. And Poker Camp getting there on the river for the nut flush, picking up a tiny little pot of $80 or $105. So picking up an additional $80.
Yeah, look at that. All right, Eddie, I'm going to leave you for about 5 minutes so that I can depart. I'm going to say goodnight to my little one and be right back.
Yeah. So for the next 5 minutes, you guys are stuck with me. So hopefully you won't get too bored. So again, there's picking up a number of viewers here this evening at 7 p.m. So those of you in the chat, let us know what you think about these impromptu cash games. Here at Poker House, for live stream purposes, we're offering a variety of different stakes. 1-2-500 cap, a 2-5 $1,500 cap, or 2-5. So 2-5 $1,500 cap. There's a 2-5 match to stack. In a couple of weeks, we're going to go 5-5-10 with a match to stack. And maybe hopefully down the road doing a bigger game. Maybe it's 25-50, 50-100 games. So as we build a brand here at Poker House. So again, thanks for joining in this evening. Here we are, 4 ways to the flop on a board that has 2 kings and 2 diamonds. Old man with pocket eights has the best of it. Also the only one with a diamond in his hand. So checks around on the flop, checks around turn. And old man Matt taking it down with an 8 of diamonds. Yeah, so rounded, they're $150 a pack. They're ridiculously expensive. Now, with that being said, the packs that you're seeing on the live stream, let me double check. So we generally use a company called Faded Spades that was founded by a poker player named Tom Wheaton. We have normally used those cards. Those are the packs that are normally $150. Unfortunately, they're on back order for like 4 to 6 weeks, maybe even longer. And so with us live streaming as much as we are, with this Daniel Bash 150K guarantee coming up in a couple of weeks, we kind of needed to order some decks. So we ordered about, I believe it was 20 decks overseas and had to clear customs and blah, 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 blah. We just got them in. So the deck that you're seeing is not the normal deck that we normally play with. This is, again, this impromptu, you're just making sure some of these other decks work and that they're viable for this tournament. So I would say if you're live streaming as much as we are, which we live stream more than most rooms across the country. Again, a lot of these rooms across the country, final tables of tournaments, bigger cash games, 2 or 3, 4 days a week tops. We're going to try to stream 5 to 6 days a week and bring a variety of low stake, mid stake, high stakes cash in some small tournaments, some big tournaments. So going to try to mix it up. Both Old Man and Frankie having Queen 10 here, having a piece of this board. Not much for Jake and Bacon Poker Camp. Old Man and Frankie pretty much splitting the equity. Oh, Nicholas Moore. Hey, my bad. For the record, that was not me, Eddie, that made that comment. It's 100 million views. So thank you very much for correcting us. Here are our chip counts. Jake and Bake, 3K. Poker Camp, 2.8K. Yeah, if any of you guys in the chat have any specific questions, if you're not from here, the Dallas area, if you have any questions regarding poker, about Poker House Dallas itself, Poker and Joan, the next gen relationship, poker in Texas as a whole, shoot those questions in the chat. I'll if I know the answer, I'll definitely answer them. For those of you in the chat, again, number of viewers increasing. What's your preferred poker? Cash? Tournament? Both? I myself, I like tournaments, but such high variance in them. You know, you definitely buying for X amount of dollars in bus, and it's kind of pretty deflating. But definitely trying to learn cash myself. I think my game suits cash. I'm sorry, my style of play suits tournaments better. At least in Texas. Texas 1-2 cash, 2-5 cash is pretty splashy, so you're not going to be blowing people off hands as often as you would in other parts of the nation. Colas in the 6th seat, having the best hand going into the river, still holding up with top pair, even though he's got a weak kicker. Okay, making a joke that Coldest winning with the computer hand Queen 7 suited. Viewers in the chat, what's your favorite hand? The hand that, you know, if you're playing a tournament cash, obviously if you have to fold, you have to fold, but you generally like to play or bet with or 3-bet bluff with. I have two hands. Well, I would say my favorite hand is King 7 suited to make a move like that. And you can't say pocket aces because everybody likes pocket aces, but what is your favorite non-premium hand that you like to play, you don't like to fold? Mine's King 7 suited. And also for the viewers in the chat, what do you think about the setup here? We take pictures of all the players, kind of get an idea of what they look like. Miss Donna Goodnight saying Queen 8 suited or offsuit. And if it's offsuit, look, I'm not here to judge, okay, for the record. I know people that play like 10-3 offsuit. Rounder saying, you know, okay, I said King 7 suited. I said two hands. 9-7 suited is one of, hey, look, as we speak, 9-7 hits the flop. So if a player that had this hand had 9-7 suited, good timing, by the way, Rounder, on the comment. Couldn't have come at a better time. Old man with the best hand, turning 2 pair. A lot of these players playing a little loosey-goosey, and that's Texas poker for you. You'll hear me say going Texas heads up when pots go into the flop 4 or 5 ways. In the background, you hear Craig going over the VPIP stacks. Again, once we get enough players on the outer feeder table, we will sub them in at the appropriate time. For the record, if you hear me chewing, it's because I'm eating. I've been in the booth pretty much since 12:45. Yeah, give or take. No, that's not true. About like 1. Oh, I've been getting either in the booth or getting ready to stream and starting at like 12:30, 12:45. Took about a 45-minute hour break. Actually, DJ'd it up and played for just an hour because I used to play 4 or 5 days a week in the evenings after work. Now with commentating as much as I do, really only getting a chance to play 1 to 2 days a week, so kind of squeezing in when I can. Depending how I feel after the stream, I may play. It just depends. I'm actually, Matt's joining me back in the booth, so tomorrow, since you know, I'm single. And
you're still single?
Yeah, I'm still.
We went through this yesterday.
Yeah,
Between yesterday and today, nothing changed?
Unfortunately.
All right, so we're going to put this back out there again with all of our viewers and all the listeners that are out there.
We just lost viewers when you said when I started talking about me being single.
Get out of here.
We lost like 3 viewers.
Eddie is single, and we're ready for Eddie to not be single.
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun to be out with. If you didn't know this and you want to be a part of going out, drop your information one way or another.
I'll tell you what. If there's one thing I like commentating, it's me throwing out that I'm being single and trying to find the next Mrs. Batinga via the live stream. So for those of you across the nation, My nickname is the Asian Sensation. For the record, that is true.
It is true.
Single and going shopping tomorrow because Kim, Hayden's wife, was like, it's time, so she's going to take me shopping tomorrow. So
I'm ready for this. Whole new wardrobe?
yeah.
It's time.
And what's funny is I was joking with her. I was like, yeah, because, I need some new brown shoes, some new black shoes, and I know you can't wear brown with black anymore. She's like, actually, you can now. 10 years ago, that's the fashion faux pas. And I was like, oh, Lord have mercy.
Right, you're outdated. You got to update.
Yeah. Jesus, take the wheel. It's time to go shopping. Need a woman. Actually, so Kim, and the nanny that came with us when we went to go play WSOP this summer, that we are going to go clothes shopping for me, probably Hayden as well. So Hayden was playing on the stream earlier, didn't have the best of luck, kind of ran into it multiple times. So opted not to play this stream when he had opportunity to. Probably just taking the evening off, getting ready to go shopping tomorrow.
There it is. Yeah, I find that I hated clothing shopping when I was younger.
Right.
And then I hit my 30s, and it started to change a little bit.
Okay.
Then I hit my 40s, and all of a sudden now it's like, man, I love it.
Right. I don't know. I don't go shopping. That's the thing. I literally wear I like the same. I have like a mini rotation of clothes.
Nick Morgan, what's up, my guy? You're right. I completely love that. Not 1 million views, 100 million views. I'm sure you might have already spoken to
Yeah,
this.
I got that.
Next Gen is beasting out there on social media, and I want to get that correct.
Now, here's a crazy thing. About 3 weeks ago, when we announced the partnership with Next Gen, they were. It's really funny because, like, you hear bad things about this young generation and blah 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 blah, whatever, right? They're the nicest group of guys.
Incredibly nice.
Yeah,
No matter.
very respectful.
Yeah.
Always have a smile on their face. Always willing to talk. Especially on their platform, you would think. With their platform, especially with how quote unquote social media influencers act these days,
We've had our run-ins with a few.
Yeah, and so, a group of young guys just graduating college, you don't know what to expect.
Right.
And
We certainly didn't.
yeah, and so Hayden and I and Kim talk they're literally they're the coolest guys ever.
Not only that, and so this is such a dad thing to say, and it's going to come out really super cheesy, but that's okay. Credit goes to the grown-ups that raised these three gentlemen.
100%.
They're a joy to be around. They represent themselves, and they carry themselves incredibly classy.
Right.
In all environments that we've seen them in. So it speaks greatly to, I guess, how they carry themselves and the things that they've been through, but also how they were raised, I would imagine.
Yeah, and Poker Monkey, Captain Underpairs back in the chat. We jump to action quick. Colt Rivering, a king for his ace king, going to take the pot down. Yeah, Poker Monkey and Captain Underpairs, a group of young men, nice gentlemen. Anyway, so obviously Eric knows the live stream space in terms of setting up, wiring, blah, blah, blah. I understand poker as a poker player, commentating, understanding and breaking down analysis.
Yes,
and
you do.
Color commentating, blah, 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 blah. Frankie came up to us. He's like, hey, would you mind if I showed you guys, how to utilize and make your YouTube page effective? And he was so nice when he was going up. So we're in this booth, and he's like showing us this, and he's going real fast.
And he was so delicate with his approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically said we sucked.
He did, but in the nicest way.
He's like, you guys suck at YouTube, which for the record,
He's not wrong.
He wasn't
wrong.
He wasn't wrong, because when he was going over all this stuff, we're like, whoa, it's definitely information overload. I'm like, Eric, are you catching all this? He's like, not really. Are you? I'm like, not really. I was like, I understand it. I understand it like conceptually and overall, but as he's showing us doing like the PDF and you could do this when you go to settings, check this, blah blah. I'm like,
yeah, no, they're super savvy.
Yeah.
Rounder. So yeah, it's a big difference. Here in Texas, we don't have a gambling commission, which means we don't have the opportunity to rake pots traditionally as casinos do around the country or even around the world. So no, nothing comes out of the pot. There is no rake for the house to profit from. Everything is done by time, and you pay by the hour, and then all the money stays on the table for the player.
Right.
So the house makes their revenue by the hour, whether a player wins or loses. Everybody pays the same. Occasionally, there are buy-down deals or buy-down rates where you can get value for buying in bulk.
Correct. So the way most rooms, the most legal rooms in Texas, I should say, they charge a daily fee, monthly fee, or an annual fee. So, take
And that's your membership cost.
And that's your membership cost. And then you pay a quote unquote seat rental fee.
That's right.
So various rooms across the state, they'll charge anywhere from $9 to $15, depending whatever it is, some of the amenities that they offer. So that's the pretty standard way to operate a room in Texas legally.
That's right. Yeah, I'm loving the gamble in these players on this table right now.
Let's see.
Are we showing the VPIP stat at certain intervals?
Yeah, so at hand 20, I think they're like 19, hand 19. So backtrack. For those in the stream, the way it works here, the way we set out their live stream, in between hands, you're always going to see the chip count and percentage of the chips count relative to, holy smokes.
Oh, this hand just got live.
Cola's ripping it.
And it is, I'm going to say it's not uncommon for the streams that I have both been a part of and watched myself. PokerCanth is unafraid to get involved in big pots.
Yeah, and I just don't think...
He can't call here.
Yeah, I guess he's just getting a count. I'm not sure why he's getting a count. There's just no way he can call.
Yeah.
He has literally no... I don't know what's going on.
I told you, he is unafraid to get in with pots, and yet here it is. I did not expect this call.
I'm so confused.
Scoop, scoop. We don't know what the river is. There it is. Yeah, so coldest one is going to scoop both sides. Wow.
I am confused.
So
that's why I'm so quiet.
You have you have a lot more history, I think, watching PokerCanth play. From my small sample size, I'm both surprised and unsurprised at the same time. But does this speak, do you think, a lot more to him having a down first stream and he's aggressively trying to recover?
I don't know. I'm still confused.
Not just you. If you look at the faces, the players on this table are probably trying to analyze as well. But I think it makes PokerCanth probably frightening to play against for some players because you can't make moves on him if they are strong bluffs. But
I think it's one thing for you to like jam with that hand, but you to call off with an unpaired hand. I'm going to assume this run out is correct. I'm going to assume the whole cards are correct. I'm still a little bit in shock and awe with the call. Again, coldest. Here's the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my secret, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Again, I am in the booth for the most part, but I plan on playing some of these streams hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks after the Daniel birthday bash. I actually hired somebody to go through all the streams that I plan to play.
I like this to evaluate your play.
No, not to evaluate my play, to evaluate players' play.
Oh, so you're getting background information.
Yeah, so I'm having him put together. Not by stream, but by player.
Right.
So I'm gonna be like, hey,
a dossier on each player.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, give me the timestamp on this hand for PokerCanth on October 8th, 7:14. Well, I guess not 7:14. It's gonna be like whatever timestamp it is in the stream once it's complete. He does this against this player. Calls king queen suited. I'm gonna go and review those hands if I know, because usually we know who, unless it's a
brand new player.
Yeah, a brand new player, or unless it's an impromptu stream. It's on an impromptu stream. Obviously, I won't know who all the players are going to impromptu stream, but even that, like on these scheduled streams, I'll know who's gonna. I'll know the lineup ahead of time,
right?
Because they need to let us know the lineup. So I'll go through my notes and watch it. We'll go watch those. Watch their videos and watch their play, see if I can get some timing tells, see if I can get some live tells.
I like it.
See where they 3-bet, if out of position, late position, what kind of hands they're 3-betting with. So,
and just to clarify for those that are listening, this is not something that is exclusive to Eddie. So anybody who plans on playing these streams, you can do the exact same thing from home. Yeah. You can watch these streams, evaluate these players, timestamp the hands that stand out to you, and create a reference list that you can't use while in the game, but you can use to study ahead of the game.
Yeah. So
Which is very common to be done in a lot of the more expensive buy-in tournaments.
Right.
Going into
Right.
day 2, you know the table lineup
Right.
on your redraw. I've seen this time and again where
Yeah, I do that.
players will
Yeah.
study aggressively the night before
Yeah.
day 2 and really look up who these players are.
Yeah, so when I played when I was in the summer, I'm still in shock with that hand with Poker Camp. He may be on tilt. I don't know, it could be a tilt call. Again, it's one thing to jam with that hand as a bluff, but to call off, interesting. Yeah. Captain Underpair sounds like he just graduated from Texas GTO Master
Too
Class.
true.
Touche.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rounder, I did that. So I hired this guy, young guy who just moved to Austin, is going to be actually attending dealer school at the lodge. And so, we sat through 30 minutes of a stream. I said, hey, this is how, so I have 2 computer screens. So we watched it, I watched it on Zoom, and I pulled up a little Word document, said, this is how I want it done. So then we watched 30 minutes. I said, hey, watch the next hour on your own. Watch the next hour on your own. Send me what you think.
So you can evaluate his evaluation.
So I can evaluate his evaluation. I watched it and I said, okay, let's change this up.
Understood.
Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, cool. So that's
I think it's incredibly savvy, and it's one of those that's bringing the technical element to the
Right.
game. Yeah, this is going to be tongue in cheek, but it's literally bringing your own version of next gen stats
Right.
to poker.
right. Oh,
Frankie
getting a little spicy,
he is,
saucy.
and I
with
love
8-9s.
this. And I told you earlier, the 8-9 suited is one of my favorite hands to play, especially in position like this.
And again, here goes Poker Camp again, calling off flight with 5-3 again.
Poker, yeah. So Poker Camp, I think you're right, Tim. I think he is definitely tilted. It's starting to show through.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. So we see him play a number of streams and a number of games. And so it does look like from viewing here that he's tilted. But after being around him and watching these streams, there's a lot of strategy that goes into his table image. And so I'm wondering if this is all part of that. I don't know.
This goes check, check.
The check doesn't speak to that, though. So what do I know?
And I think Poker Camp knows not to get too spicy. If Frankie's 3-betting, especially in position,
Yeah.
it's going to be hard to blow Frankie off a hand.
Oh, Tim, there you go. So if you played with him before and it feels similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels, I agree with you now. It does feel a lot more like a tilt than a
Yeah.
strategy based on this last hand.
Yeah, and for you poker players out there, look, I'm not trying to give free coaching advice over the live stream, but this isn't actually like poker coaching in the sense of like, this is what you should do with this hand, blah, 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 blah. All of us are going to tilt at some point at the table. One of the things I've taken into account over the past year, again, I've had the opportunity to work with some very well-respected professional poker players that, I'm honored and privileged to call my coach.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You live with some of the best.
I live with them. And, I have my own study material, and I have the means to play blah, 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 blah. Kim had a come to Jesus talk with me about my mental game and slapped me in the face. I said, I said, I'm running bad, blah, blah, blah. She's like, are you running bad or are you playing bad? I said, I go back and I think about it. I was like, I think I'm playing bad. She's like, she's like, you know what you should do? You should get on a schedule, go to bed by X, wake up by X, put a list together, get something done, make yourself feel accomplished, play when you can, study, take some time off, get mentally fresh, try to figure out what you're doing wrong. And so I took about 2 weeks off, which is a long time for me to play poker. I mean,
it is considering we see you every day.
yeah. So, but a lot of times I come here, I actually just work.
You work.
Yeah. So
I was going to say, there are many days where you just work up in the players' lounge.
yeah. So, but I took some time. It was just really, really, really good for me to take some time off. I got my head refreshed, and I'm making better. I still make some light calls and make some bad folds or exploitative folds, but yeah, whatever. That's gonna happen as a player. But I think overall my game just recently has just jumped to the next level, and not because I'm just playing better, because I'm mentally sound in that part of the game.
Makes a big difference. But also, you are, correct me if I'm wrong, what, 2 years into playing?
Yeah, I've been playing about.
Where you take it seriously?
No. So I've only been taking it seriously for a year now.
Okay.
So I got divorced in September of 2020, and I literally didn't know what to do because, not having your kids, not being married, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the day, I joke about this. It's true. But the day I talked to my divorce attorney, she said the judge signed off. I said, cool. So I kicked my ex-wife off the bank account, and I went to Lake Charles. Because I was like, I'm going to go play at a casino. This is still during COVID, but things are starting to open up. Deals at the Golden Nugget and La Berge were really, really good. So you can get a room. You can get a room during the week for like $40 because this is still kind of like
right. They're trying to entice people in.
Yeah, and so I was like, man, $40 for like Golden Nugget on the week. Like I can't pass that up.
And it's the new chapter of your life.
Yeah, it's a new chapter of my life. But the thing was, yeah, the thing was, you know, hold on, give me just a second.
Had a blind raise of 10 from the 4 seat. Good call, Frank. 5 seat call, actions on the 6 seat. 6, 7, 8 fold.
All right, and we are back.
Anyway, so I went to Lake Charles, played some poker. We had weird hours because of COVID, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I ended up staying there for 3 or 4 days. And the dealers in the poker room were like, hey, why don't you play poker in Houston? I'm like, gambling's illegal in Texas. She's like, no, they have the download Poker Atlas. I'm like, what's Poker Atlas? So and I see all these rooms. I'm like, I'm going back to Houston. And lo and behold.
Oh, man. And some of the biggest and best games are in Houston.
And speaking of the, a particular person that's been kind of near and dear to my heart, Hayden 14. Hayden was in the first stream this morning. He says, Eddie and Matt, you guys are crushing it in the booth. Was a rough session for him, but appreciate the kind words. Yeah, you had a super rough
Oh, man,
session.
there was 4 hands that just killed your overall net result, but it was a joy to watch. Thank you for coming and supporting the stream and the room.
Yeah.
Hayden, it's always, like I said before, I never really get to see you play, so it was a treat for me to just see you in the room in general.
Yeah. Matt was very, very, very impressed with your pocket queens fold against Danny's kings.
I was stunned. And again, it speaks to, I'm going to say, based on what I don't know, Hayden, you're probably not typically a 2-5 player because that play is much bigger than a 2-5 stake. But it was a joy.
Rounder, Texas is loose. I can make analogies, but they're probably improper analogies, but
you get it, though.
you get what I'm saying. It's like it's crazy.
Games here do not exist anywhere else like this. It was a great queen fold. Yeah. Yeah, all right. I'm going to give my mic up to Eric here really quick.
Checking to make sure stats are showing up correctly. Go ahead.
All right. So if you guys are paying attention, we are doing the VPIP game, and we're yanking out the lowest VPIP, which is Harper, 29% over here in the 3 seat. So Mikhail, who played on the earlier stream, and we called him Michael yesterday.
He was almost safe. He can't come in.
Yeah.
He cannot come in right this hand. So you're going to sit
No,
on
he can.
What is he going to do? Are we doing a moving button or a dead? Excuse me? We're going to do a moving button?
So you can come in as the small blind when you're new to the table.
That's fine. It's dead small.
Dead small ring? Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
And-
Actually, you can come in the small blind. You can come in the small blind. What's that? You can. Are you the small blind? No, he's the big blind. Right, you can come in as a new person in the small blind. You can't come in between the button and the small blind. Yeah, as a new person you can.
So
You're fine. He'll be small, you'll be big.
this is a huge hand. I'm going to let you watch it.
Same thing. It's just a small bit. Just like in the
All right, so we got the spoiler, not spoiler. This is going to be a hand to watch. The lineup has changed a bit,
Yeah, I think we've only subbed into one player.
right? It's been 1 hour.
So
Under 40%, is that the threshold? Okay, so
Okay.
the VPIP experiment today is 40% threshold, which means anybody who falls below that 40% VPIP in a 1 hour time frame is at risk of losing their seat, and the feeder table will exchange that seat for the player with the low VPIP. All right. We're going to watch this hand closely.
four players with pocket pairs.
Yeah, look at this. And not only that, I mean, you've got Queen 10 for poker cans. We know these are generally the types of hands he likes to play. Jake and Bake, we know, likes to mix it up.
I'm assuming we're going to go Texas heads up 4 or 5 ways to the flop.
Yeah, I think we at least go 4-handed.
It's going to be a set versus set.
Did he say 275 from the 4? Yeah, he did.
Right,
Look at
which
that.
7.
So Jake and Bacon seat 4 just raised it up 3-bet 275.
Yeah, out of position.
So from 50 to 275.
Making a 3-bet out of position. Check raise calling with ace 10 offsuit, middle position, calling, trying to set.
Wow. So once again, we're not for. There it is. I was like, we're not for betting. I told you this is a hand that PokerCanth likes to play. He can't help himself. He wants to isolate it down.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, welcome to Texas Poker.
You're seeing it live. This is what it feels like to play in Texas.
Rounder says he needs to come to Texas.
Rounder, if you're not seeing this and booking your flight at the same time, I'm disappointed. I'm going to do a shameless plug and remind everybody we are a 24-hour room. So
Come on down.
30 tables available, 24 hours.
And I think we have about 10, 11 tables going right now.
Cash tables, I think we do. Yeah. We are never at a loss for action here. Here we go. Wow. Tom Harrison, thank you for liking the stream. For those of you that are watching, please like the stream, share it, give us a thumbs up, comment, engage, interact, raise our algorithm up. Tell your friends to quickly hurry up, subscribe, log on. The greater the audience, the quicker we can monetize this, and the quicker we monetize it, we'll have more toys and more upgrades ready for you to make a better stream.
Getting a number of viewers jumping in on the chat here.
Yeah, this is fun.
And the live stream itself.
This hand is something else.
Tell you what, PokerCanth adds a lot of dynamics to this game.
Once we monetize it, maybe they can get us some booster seats and we'll be at eye level with these monitors.
So, Eric, I know as decision making is going to... Wait, is there... It's up to John.
So the
right
action's
now.
on John.
Yeah, action's on John.
Yeah.
I'll get to my question after this hand.
This is the perfect opportunity to take the first stream quotation and say, I don't want to call
And
clock, but do I have enough time to go to Whataburger? Here we go. Three-way all in. Look at these hands. 8s, 9s versus 2 overcards with the queen 10.
Pot.
My goodness.
Gonna let Terrell let the table talk get in there. Everybody interested. Look at these players in the back. Oh, I thought they were watching the hand, but they're really not. So
no, they're not. But man, we are riveted here. Yeah, almost a 5K pot on a 2-5 game. And this game, we're not even just over an hour in.
It's like hand 25 or something, 22.
Yeah.
Well, I know the VPIP stat came up. So gotcha. Okay, so that was manually done, but I know we're at least 20 because I saw some sort of stat.
Terrell's in the box. He's getting all the stacks right ahead of time, making the pots correct before we get started.
And Aceaholics, I'll answer your question at the end of this hand. I'm gonna let the table talk take over. I'm gonna let Terrell get the chip count right. We'll get to y'all's questions and to y'all's comments, but let's let this hand unfold live. We just picked up 10 viewers maybe just because of this hand.
I hope so. Man,
tell you what, PokerCanth good for the stream.
Right. And again, we're planning on this to be a 4-hour stream. Yeah, so we're just over 1 hour in. We're just over 25% done. And action like this, 5K pot on a 2-5 game. I can't wait to see what happens on the next hour. My goodness. Thank you, Tammy.
Tammy Van, thank you very much for coming, for liking the stream. Liking, what's that?
Oh, Tammy's
Tammy, you're a traveling dealer. You're going to be down here.
We look forward
in
to
Dallas?
seeing you.
All right, maybe we're going to get you in the box. Okay, hold on. Let's see this hand. Everybody's standing up.
All right, here we go. What is it? 2-7-9,
wow.
set of 9s. Wow.
Don't tell me PokerCanth spikes a jack on the river. Okay.
Oh, okay, wow.
And
what
John
a pot.
picks up a 4.7 pot. Oh, they run a twat.
So we have 2 boards coming. Two full
yeah.
boards.
7-3. I'm trying to do this.
I know, we're all looking like,
I'm
what's
trying-
going on? Something has to happen.
Yeah. Ace.
Ace here, so nothing there.
Right now, pocket 9's in the lead.
Going to look at, so he scoops?
So he scoops.
One player? Wow.
And now it looks like John is the overwhelming. And here's the crazy thing. He tank called after the all-in shove and the call. So,
oh my
wow.
goodness. Tammy, we can't wait to have you here. I can't wait to meet you.
Okay, so Coldest has the biggest chip stack, 6.2. John with 4.7K.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Mikhail is now. Whew. Gotcha. Now you're going to see a new player subbing in. Yeah, Mikhail coming in.
Right, so seat 3 is brand new to the table. You're right, Poker Monkey. Seeing the ace-10 that was folded, I know that I would not have been able to call with ace-10 pre-flop, regardless of how it resulted.
I don't remember what I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the boards.
On the bottom board with the ace. Yeah, it would have been a split.
Would have been a chop. I don't know. Pokemon, they're saying it would have been a chop. Maybe if you want to rewind. I obviously can't rewind the live stream being in the booth, but I thought John flopped a set. Yeah,
He did. Top set.
Yeah, I don't think Ace 10 got there. Is he done for the night?
Oh,
Oh, here we go. Jake and Bake.
look at this.
Pocket kings in the small blind.
And again, we know Jake likes to mix it up. He has a loose image and a wide range. So when you have a player like that wake up with a hand like kings, it gets very well disguised, I think.
Sweet baby Jesus. Let somebody be available to commentate so I can jump in the stream.
I got it.
Yeah.
I mean, the viewers won't like it,
Yeah, but no,
So
I mean, you do a
they'll
great job in
suffer.
you do a great job in the booth.
but I got you covered.
Not tonight. I'm just saying, like, I'm not mentally prepared to play tonight. I'm just kind of hanging out, having a good time.
Yeah, I am too.
Matt goes from getting stuck in the booth while I was on the way back last Saturday to now jumping in the booth for the third, actually technically the fourth time this week, because if you count this morning, so it looks
If
like
you count that, yeah.
yeah,
I'm making up for lost time. I know
Right.
you have been asking me for quite a while.
right.
So, and I just had not been able to find the time. Truth be told, probably don't even really have the time today. But I plan on just staying later and making up for it on the back end.
Gotcha.
Now, with that said, don't be surprised if I grab my laptop in the next hour
Right? No, that's fine.
and do my best to multitask.
Yeah, I'm not the best multitasker here. And on a 3-club board, monotone with ace high kings, definitely not liking this flop. Again, not having a club. Oh, now it's a 4-club. Still has the best hand with pocket kings.
Yeah, he's slowing down.
Probably gonna go check. Let's see if maybe he puts out a little.
I know. I'm
Little
such an
block.
aggressive player. So when I see somebody check in front of me like that had been leading the action, I am going to fire.
Sizing he uses here.
And especially when a player like Jake checks.
Yeah, and again,
Yeah. It's an opportunity to pick up a pot.
yeah, when you're the pre-flop raiser and then you check flop, check turn as a person in position,
Yeah.
you should put a bet in there because the pre-flop aggressor is showing weakness. So good
Yeah,
Read
so
it
he
by-
sensed it.
by check raise.
Yeah, this is a, would you say this is a typical 2-5 table in your estimation?
No,
For me, yeah, I don't
That's
think this is
definitely
either.
not.
So this is playing in a different way than a general 2-5 game.
yeah, you may get one player or two players that are aggro, aggressive, action, splashy, whatever adjective you want to use, but you're not going to see 5, 6, 7 players as aggressive as this. Again, Michael from the earlier stream, you saw him. He had a relatively low VPIP last time. Old man in the 5 seat. Relatively tight, but got into the mix last week. Played some hands that I was a little surprised that he played. Frankie playing pretty tight here thus far. Probably trying to get a read on the players.
That's what I would think.
Yeah,
I
and
think
then-
Frankie has seen the fireworks right out the gate, and it's going to pick his spot and build a stack first.
Right. So I think, especially at a table like this, you know, from a strategic standpoint, at least the way I would play, not necessarily just playing premium only hands, but playing more ABC type hands. When those hands connect, if I have hands with lots of equity, that I may not necessarily connect with the flop, but I have backdoor equity, can turn some equity, whatever, what have you. Bet those for value, bet those aggressively. So looks like Frankie and it's going to take that approach for this stream.
Yeah, it does. Very much so. You can see he's very carefully watching.
Yeah. And Colas with the best of it, having top pair, even though having Jack kicker, there's 2 flush draws now. The 8 of hearts coming up, bringing in a straight, bringing in 2 double flush draws. Again, Colas in the big blind blocking the nut heart draw. With top pair, takes the pot down.
Yeah. Colt was trying to get in there and make his move with a pocket pair. Wisely let it go and abandon that ship. So knowing Coldus and the way that he has been playing on stream, he is going to re-up. Yes. And there
For
it is.
sure.
So I haven't noticed that Coldus will ever just leave a stack short. I saw Kim doing similar when she was playing as well. So
Yeah.
if she ran short at all or somebody had developed a bigger stack, she was trying to match that stack immediately.
Yeah, so they taught me to match stack.
I think it's wise. So I love match stack. Personally, I think it's a wise strategy, especially when you have aggro players at the table. All right, we're going to follow this hand. Eddie has to step out now. It's his turn for a quick break. So we're going to take over. I'm going to go solo and hope that we do a good enough job to not bore you guys away from this game until Eddie can come back and save the stream. So we see Frankie. Like I said, he's going to pick his spots. He's trying to see where he can play position. Right, Rounder, I completely agree. So in this game especially, it's designed, I think, for match stack to make sense. I think, so obviously, don't play match stack games if you don't have the bankroll to support it. But if you want to effectively navigate games like this, match stack is the way to go. So you want to take a chance to effectively stack an aggressive player when you have the equity, so in your hand to do it. For those of you that are watching, if you like these style of last-minute streams, so the smaller stakes, the 1-2, the 2-5 games that are going on, let us know. So send us some feedback. Like I said, we value all feedback, all criticisms. Tell us how you think we can improve. Tell us what things that we can do to improve. I'm going to switch over. All right. So we got Eric, the almighty Anderson.
My new nickname, right?
It is indeed. So we're going to moniker it right on the door.
So, spoiler, we got the Hassel House boys coming into play.
Do we?
Yeah, Poker Kenneth did decide to take a walk. So Chris is coming in his place in just about 10 minutes. So that'll be fun.
So the game's about to get really live.
It's super fun. Yeah, if you guys remember a couple of weeks ago, Chris was in the booth while the Next Gen had their debut.
That's right.
Yes, Tammy. Did you guys talk about all the angles?
So I don't know if we went through all the angles. We definitely talked about all the upgrades that are coming and the improvements that will be here. I assured them that we'll have them in time for Danielle's birthday bash.
Yes.
I just don't know that we'll have them much sooner than that.
No. Did you talk about all the money we spent?
I left that part out just on the off chance that Danielle is listening. No, she knows. So you guys already know, you've heard us mention it many times. We've spent a lot of attention on this live stream. You know that because we have Eric sitting here. So we recruited Eric to join our team strictly because of our significant focus on the live stream. So yeah, we're trying to find more upgrades as we go. We've done, I think, a tremendous job. And I say we, but really, Eric, you and your team have done a tremendous job.
Oh, we're having a blast. Bo, we do have the table mic'd up. We just turn it down so you can hear us. I can turn this up, and
There
they're
you
not
go.
talking. So when there is some table talk, we go ahead and turn that up so you can hear it. But there's not a whole lot of talk, so we just turn it down a little bit.
Yeah,
And
so
you can listen to us.
exactly. We're way more interesting until we're not.
Queen from Coldest one. 6K.
Look at this. Yeah.
Hasselette House.
Yeah, Haslett, I'll be listening tomorrow. So I enjoyed it all last Sunday.
Your boy's coming in about 10 minutes.
Yep. You are a significant upgrade to my chair. So absolutely.
They do a great job. When I was going around re-snapping pictures, ooh, John out-flopped. Well, that's a
this.
horrible flop for queens
Wow,
anyways. That's
yeah, I
just
was
going to be
gonna
a
say.
snap fold.
Yeah, I think this just kind of gets raised and they go away.
Oh, I was going to say, Bo's going to be playing on the stream tomorrow. Tomorrow Sunday. Oh, with the Next Gen boys. All
The
right.
next gen game.
Perfect.
Yeah, every Sunday.
So Coldest picks up a straight draw. He needs a king or a queen.
Yeah. So we have a gut shot draw now for two of them. John still with trip jacks.
Well, check raises drawing dead. If he hits a queen, Coldest gets a boat.
Oh, you're right.
So he shows the queen, John shows the jack. So when I was going around, I thought there was a typo, and I thought Craig messed up on the action tracker because one of the players had 6,000 chips. And so I went over to fix it, and I started counting, and I was like, oh, you do have 6,000
That's
chips.
a real number on a 2-5
Okay.
game that just started 90 minutes
with
ago.
a $1,500 max buy-in.
Yeah.
So he like doubled up and then doubled up and then doubled up one more time.
He's having a rough day. It's a rough start to his game.
Yeah, these guys started playing at about 5 o'clock on the outer table while we were streaming, and it were actually 4 o'clock while we were streaming, and then we took them. Oh, they're he's right now calling out for the next player on the list because Cy didn't come back, and we're gonna get him.
Yeah, we are.
So yeah, so he's got 6K, and I went to fix it, and I went, oh wow, you do have 6K, and Living Pure's
Back
got
to back.
kings, queens, and then kings. Let's see if they can hold this time.
And Jake can bake with a pair. So we were saying this earlier. Jake loves pocket pairs.
Yeah.
So he's going to mix it up. I'd be shocked if he doesn't.
All of our streams are scheduled for 6 to 10, and we threw one together today because we didn't have a tournament this morning, so we had some people in here, and we just went ahead and threw a random 1 to 5, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. 2-5 game. I'm using the numbers too much. 1 2 5 2 5.
It's been a joy for us to watch. Look at this.
Oh my goodness, Coldest
So Coldest
one.
with the overpair, and Jake connects with the
This is going to be
bottom
way
set.
harder to get away from than the Ace Jack Jack flop.
Oh, it
from the last
absolutely
hand.
is. Well, and by watching just Jake's image here on the table,
Oh, Jake's a
and how
wild
loose
man.
he is, right?
I'm raising.
Every time.
You know, you're trying to chase away that flush. If a diamond comes, Coldest one might get away from it.
Ooh. Yeah.
You really
And at this point, you're just protecting your equity. The
let's
all-in.
listen to these guys. So Jake and Bake's goading him. You got to be on a flush draw. I got to protect from a flush draw.
I'll give you an extra $20 if you have Jack 4.
Oh, he does
Oh,
call.
he talked him into a call.
Wow, he needs a
Wow.
jack or a king.
Jake and Bake inducing the call with the,
love the
speech
tabletop.
play. Yeah.
Love the speech play. Needs a jack or a king. 2 times he's going to run it.
All right, so we got 2 rivers coming. No king on the
doesn't
first
do it.
one.
King
so Jake and
or a
Bake's
jack.
going to take the top board. Up. He said fudge, so I guess no king came on the river on
He
the
said,
second
I was
board.
trying to help you. So, Eddie, you just missed 2 huge hands for coldest one. He had queens and kings back to back, and he lost them both. He went from 6K to 4K in 2 hands.
It's actually not bad considering.
Here you go. Well, the only reason he only lost like 2,400 is because those guys were not deep. So here you go.
Exactly right. So to answer Mike Johnson, while you're listening, so the days that we do the 2-5 VPIP game, I know we're doing them every Saturday, but as you're seeing today, pop-up games can happen truthfully any day of the week and every day at any given time.
Yeah, literally.
We're getting really good at just putting in pop-up games of looking around going, oh, look, we have the team
Ace-aholics,
here.
who is this? I'm from Houston, for the record, and I play the room that I played at. So before 7:30 p.m., I would play at Legends because I don't want to die. Just kidding. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that on the stream, but that's neither here nor there. If I could take that back, I would, but I can't now. It's out there on the internet for everybody to hear forever. That's neither here nor there.
From boredom.
From boredom, yeah.
You didn't want to. From boredom.
From boredom, correct.
That's exactly right. You
So-
just had to finish the
Yeah,
sentence.
I didn't get it. That's correct. From boredom.
Because the action here at Poker House
Right.
is so much significantly greater.
Yeah, and so usually in the evening, where I live, I'm in the Sugarland, Sienna, Stafford area. Yeah, and it was just for research. Exactly, just for research. And I'll drive down to Spade. So those are my favorite room down in the Houston area, relative to where I was living at the time, was Spades. I really get the same feeling here at Poker House than I do when I go down there when I play at Spades. So, I don't have a quote unquote home poker room down in Houston anymore since I've transplanted to Dallas now. But Spades was my go-to place to go to. So Ace-aholics, where do you play? Coming from Houston, since you and I are Houston homie buddies, I can definitely more than likely get you on a stream depending on what day or what stakes you're going. And again, these streams can just randomly pop up. This is our fourth impromptu cash game this week.
And we have more coming.
You play at Spades? I definitely know who you are. 100%. If you and Soho, so I played at Soho a couple times back in the day, but definitely Spades. So one of my really good friends is one of the assistant TDs there, Michael Coltrane. He's actually good friends with Hayden Fortini and Kim Stone.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, so a few people have heard of them. I really love what Michael Carr is doing down there. So have you noticed people playing different from? So for the record,
Here we go again.
on this particular table, I've only played with Frankie from Next Gen, played with Mikhail a couple times, and I've played with Old Man in the 5 seat. So for those people, the answer to your question is no. They don't play any different on the live stream than they do on regular tables. The other players, however, I think they come specifically for this game just because it's a splashy game and because it's on a live stream. There's a person that kind of arranged this 2-5 VPIP game.
That's correct.
After he saw
Pedro
trying to run it a couple of Tuesdays ago, a guy by the name of Pedro. So I've never played with these players. Danny Davila. Okay. That name sounds very, very familiar. This is Eddie Bat. So I may or may not be friends with you on Facebook.
It's never too late.
Yeah, it's never too late. But I'm very good friends with Kim Stone and Hayden Fortini. Again, I met Michael Coltrane and Helen Vong through Kim and Hayden when they were down at Champions in Houston before they shut down. So that's kind of how I got my introduction to the poker world.
Well, send your MySpace and we'll be sure to add you.
Oh, MySpace. Let's go, MySpace. I'm bringing it back,
We're
baby.
bringing it back.
We're going to start the podcast and we're going to restart MySpace.
Yeah, once Tom wasn't involved, it never recovered.
All right, Davila, I'm adding you on Facebook.
There it is.
Literally, that's the only social. I don't know how these people keep up with Twitter, Twitch. One social media platform is all I can take.
Here's an old school thought. If you still had your MySpace up and running, what would be your
My
song
song?
soundtrack in the background? You remember how
Regulators by Warren G.
There it
That's
is.
100% my
Wow,
go-to song.
Nate Dogg.
And Warren G.
Yep, that's a great song. I like it.
If you had MySpace viewers in the chat, what would your song be? I remember.
Here it is.
Yeah.
So bring it in. Give us some comments. Tell us what would your current song be if you still had your MySpace page up and running. Tell us. Engaged.
I probably should get back to the poker action.
All right.
Yeah.
So old man picking up yet another pocket pair. So we're seeing these pairs come in quick and live. Frankie, we see him play this type of hand every now and then.
Yeah. Generally not a hand that you see Frankie play, especially being out of the position.
I think he is trying to call light for cheap.
Yeah,
And just connect strong.
Yeah.
Is really
So
what I
here-
think that plan is.
Here he's got a gutter to Broadway, so maybe he'll peel a street. Let's see what happens.
He doesn't come along for
No,
this.
he doesn't.
No, not here. And not against Colt. And I'm going to say that only because we see Colt get a little bit splashy with pocket pairs, but not really out of line.
And a lot of times on that specific board, when you're going to bet into that with 4 ways, you're definitely representing an ace,
Yeah,
whether or not you have one. So
Rounder, that's a great song. Not only that, okay, so speaking of Metallica, back when I had MySpace, I legit was obsessed with the Metallica rendition of Mission Impossible when they did the cover of the theme song.
I'm not familiar with.
And so that was mine for a long time.
Oh my gosh, MySpace!
Man.
I totally forgot about being able to upload a song and like attaching it to your stories and yet having the right
It was
paragraphs.
everything.
That's the real OG social media platform.
MySpace was teaching a whole generation how to be a programmer, and you didn't even know it. You remember you'd go on, and you'd find the source code so you could add it to your page.
Yeah, and I saw this post the other day about like
Man, you're old. No, I'm just kidding.
what was it? Gosh, I used to like illegally download like on LimeWire.
I read about you.
Yeah,
You're that guy.
like download songs and stuff and like burn CDs.
So for the official record,
Yeah.
I never once did that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard rumors that they might do that at Legends in Houston.
Hey,
but I don't
Tammy,
know if
that's a great
true.
idea. What is this?
Or just a base tournament. Registration just closed.
Okay.
We made the 7,500 guarantee.
We covered?
Yeah.
Woo.
Nice.
Break. 18 seconds left on break.
Oh,
Got
one GM
him.
is happy. All right, so we covered our guarantee today. This GM is extremely happy and relieved about that.
5 ways to the
Another
flop.
good day.
John hitting top pair with a 10 kicker. See if he decides to bet here. It's 150. It's really, really interesting. A lot of these players are using big sizings for their betting. Now, I don't know if that's to deny equity or just get players off hands, but definitely not playing a GTO strategy. And Tammy, I agree. Since we're trying to find me a new wife, I probably should add my dating search to my MySpace. I've never, in the 2 years that I've been single since my divorce, I haven't used a dating app. And I think I'm not ever going to.
Use a dating app?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just not a big fan of those.
I think you gotta. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna act like I ever have. I've been married now for quite a while.
No,
but I think
poker
you gotta
money.
engage.
I am not on Instagram. I'm literally only on Facebook.
Right, you got to engage with the new technology.
Yeah.
So with the new wardrobe, you got to pick an app and run with it.
Hi, I just got called out by Matt.
I think it's time.
See how many ways we go to the flop with these hands.
So speaking of dating apps, we Danielle and I, we saw this story I'm going to say the other day, but all the days run together, probably the other week,
Yep.
more accurately. And this young lady had gotten tired of just going through dating apps.
Okay.
So she put together a quick reference postcard, like a 3x5 card type of thing.
Okay.
Had her picture on there. On the front was her bio, and on the back was just like really goofy facts about her.
Okay.
Didn't matter what. I mean, it was just really silly stuff. But she would just go up to anybody that she thought was attractive to her for whatever reason and hand them a card and then walk off.
That's dope.
And it had all of her social media on there. And it's like, if you're interested, here you go. On your own time, you can reach out to me.
Genius.
Yeah. And they asked her, like, in this interview that they were doing, is this working out for you? And she's like, I've met a lot of incredibly fun people. So none of them have worked out in relationships, but it was easier doing that than it was trying to swipe and get catfished.
Interesting. Both players having top pair here. That's true, Tammy. Yeah,
It is true. I don't know what it's like to be out there dating this day and age. I couldn't tell you.
I don't know. I haven't dated in like 16, 17 years.
Right.
So.
No, exactly. So who knows?
It's gonna be awkward. It's really funny because a lot of people think I have a really good personality, and you're not
going to dispute that, are you?
No. I'm just saying.
I'm
like,
one of those people.
What I'm saying is like they think I would do well in the dating scene. Like I kind of dated a girl, and like I didn't know how to act. Like last summer, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, how to act. Like, do I hold your hand? Do I put my arm around you? Like whatever.
I think you might be overthinking.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, so Dan, I just added you on Facebook. Accept my request. Is there any particular states that you're looking for? So again, some of the live stream games that we run here at Poker House, a 1-2-500 cap. Every once in a while, we'll do like a 1-2-5. That game can be match to stack. It can be capped at 1,000. It can be capped at 1,500. A 2-5, we can make that a 1,500 cap. We can make that a match to stack. A 5-5-10 is the bigger type games. 5-5-10, 10-25, 25-50. We're probably going to wait for a few weeks to do that, but.
Right.
Oh, it looks like we have a little hand.
Yeah, we got a hand brewing. Coldest one has been running pure, although we do see that he's down about 1,900 from about half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Colt, though, again, we see him get splashy with small pocket pairs. So I don't know that this is going to look entirely out of line, but Colt doesn't 3-bet a whole lot, and 4-bet is really rare.
And I like the 3. Earlier today, I played for in between the streams. I 3-bet ace-5 in late position to an early position open.
Look at that for the win. So I'm going to read this out.
Hazlitt Poker has the best suggestion ever.
All right, so that suggestion, if you are not watching the chat in the comments, Hazlitt is saying y'all should stream
Is this Nick or Chris? Because you know what? I have both of y'all's numbers. I'm going to text you, and I'm going to give you a portion of the proceeds from that evening.
Not the date, but the proceeds.
The proceeds.
All right, so Hazlitt is saying y'all should stream a sit and go of all the single lady poker players in the DFW area, with the winner getting an all-expense paid night on the town with Fast Eddie.
I like it.
There you
Chris
go.
Is this Chris or Nick? I'm buying you dinner. Oh, what just happened?
Oh, Colt just shoved.
With 7-6 height.
Or no, there's 6-7 shoved. I'm sorry. Yeah, we totally lost track of this hand.
I'm assuming snap call, right?
Nothing but the best when you get commentating. Yeah. Here. Look at this. We're trying to catch up real quick. Wow. So considering that he has been relatively quiet this game, to come out of nowhere, I think this is a genius move. It's just the call got him. But I love the move by the 6-7. He took a play on it. He knew he couldn't win at showdown. He did not put Colt, I think, on aces.
I really like all the participation.
Yeah, I do
in the chat.
Fun.
Not even so much about the poker, but all the participation for me to get back in the dating game. Me being in the booth is helping my platform. I really like it.
All right, so now we got to set up a sign-up list of eligible players that are wanting
a poker atlas
that prize. We got to put the interest list up there.
We'll do a 1-2-5 cap. Eddie's
right. The Fast Eddie dating sit and go.
Oh my God, this is great! I love it. These are the greatest ideas ever. And again, picking up some viewers. What do you think about the rearrangement of the live stream? We moved
the
graphics around bottom right for the Poker House Live instead of showing each individual's hand and them folding at the time, showing all the whole cards. Let us know your suggestions. All right, enough of the dating scene. I'm gonna get back to poker analysis.
Digress.
Yeah, and then maybe get back to the dating scene a little later in the stream.
It's a tease. Check back in the next hour.
Wow, an old man mixing it up. Hasn't played a lot of hands. 3-betting.
No, he hasn't.
Queen 5 offsuit.
Ooh, wow. Yet again, more gold. All right, so we're going to have to lead that as a tease, like I said, for the next hour.
Chris flopping top pair, but having a weak kicker. Old man not flopping much of anything. And check raise, flopping a flush draw. Look for Chris and check raise to get a little saucy in this hand.
Ooh, we got a civil war brewing.
Yeah,
between
individual
Poker
hands
Monkey.
definitely way better
Yeah.
than all. Yeah.
So both of them, one likes showing all the whole cards at once, the other says individuals better. And this is kind of, so when we poll the room and we engage with players and get their feedback on it, this is what we're finding out is it's 50-50.
Yeah. So
Now, for commentators, I think it's great for us to see all the hands at once.
Yeah.
Because it reminds us when we should stop being silly and pay attention to the hand at play.
And again, we're trying new things with the stream, just testing things out. And again, when we get the overhead cam and the additional cameras and the new wiring that's going to improve the picture quality, you know, we'll check it out.
Tammy, she's writing the bumpers for us right now as we speak.
Tammy,
So-
when do you?
yeah, this
You're my
is
favorite,
great.
Tammy.
Yeah.
But just for the record, you're my favorite in the stream. I mean, I have to give a shout out to Nick from Hazlitt House Poker.
Oh, I
Chris-
thought you were just saying of all the Tammys.
Yeah.
Like she was the 1 seed.
Is Chris in the game right now?
Yeah.
Or is he in the? Did he get subbed in while I had to step out for a second?
Yeah, I think Chris is in.
Oh, there he goes, right there in the 2 seat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to step out of the booth for a second. Something popped up that I needed to take care of, and did not realize that Chris is now in the game in the 2
He
seat.
snuck in there.
You're gonna be there the night, so that's gonna be Thursday, Friday. Yeah. Okay. Safe chat. Where you coming from, Tammy? Old man with the nut flush draw, turning the nut flush draw. But Jake at this time still having the best hand with a pair of sevens.
Yep. Now, I am surprised by that check with Jake. We saw all in the first stream, the tail end of when he came on, Jake would fire at that.
Yeah, and with that being said, Old Man hasn't played too many hands and hasn't gotten too out of line, so
Tight range is slowing him down.
He's got to put Old Man on a tighter range, so he's going to proceed cautious. Now, with both of them checking on the turn,
Yeah, and the
both of
surrender.
them checking on the turn. Jake and Bake bets 400 to a pot of 532, taking down the pot. Big sizing there, polarized size. About 75% pot, 3/4 pot.
Oh, Tammy's from Iowa. Okay.
You driving, flying?
Well, while we're in between hands, thank you guys for participating with us and making this fun. We really enjoy the feedback and the engagement in the chat. Please help us out as well. So send us a like, comment, obviously share this stream so we can grow the show, build the viewership up. We're trying to get to a monetized point. Monetization is how we can upgrade all the, all of it, all the equipment, all the booth. Gives us more toys and access to more fun. So if you've got friends and you know that they're not a lot going on a
Right.
Saturday and they got some downtime and they want to watch poker, talk them into joining. So subscribe really helps us.
Old Man with the best is the best
Frankie's
hit?
got the
Open ender.
Yeah, so-
double blocking.
Jake and Bake
Flush
has
draw.
the open ender. Old Man actually has top pair, top kick. So I can see some fireworks going
Yeah.
on here. This has the trappings to be a fun hand.
Yeah, everybody with a little bit of equity on this flop.
Yep.
We'll go for it. Brings in a board pairing 5. No one having a 5.
No.
Old Man still with the best of it with top pair. Has the ace of diamonds blocking the nut flush. Oh, and
So
check
check
raise
raise
gate.
comes in with top pair at the end. It does complete the diamond. I think the diamond is a little bit sketchy.
Gonna bet 125 in the 197.
I'm not mad at it.
Yeah.
Nobody else is really showing any interest in the pot. I think this just goes fold. No.
Maybe trying to target
We
a
do get the
7.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a decent sizing there with a king hitting the river. looking to get some value from a hand that, you know,
Showdown
a
value.
six or seven, maybe at pocket eights, pocket nines. But you, if a player had pocket sevens or pocket eights, pocket nines, pocket tens, probably going to bet the turn there. Maybe even the flop, depending on the pre-flop action. So check raise, squeaking out a little value.
Oh, here you go, Rounder. So now we're engaging, and this is what I like. So you keep coming in with great feedback. Random question, he says, what is your favorite road trip snack? So for me, this is, and I take a lot of road trips, so I can tell you. I go for 2 different ones, and my go-to staple is always beef jerky. But
Yep, that's definitely there.
It can't be the super aggressive beef jerky.
Right.
So I don't want to chew on shoe leather while I'm trying to drive one-handed. And then Pringles.
Pringles is dope.
Yeah.
I like Pringles.
So those are my 2 until my hand gets stuck.
Gosh, if I were to... Beef jerky. Definitely beef jerky. I like gummy bears, gummy worms.
Yeah, so does my daughter does too. Now I've got trail mix in my bag here at work. I always
Yeah.
carry trail mix with me.
I actually like Funyuns. Those look the nastiest. Like
Onions.
Funyuns.
Yes. No, I know them well.
Yeah, so-
all chemical, no real product. Addicting as all can be.
Yeah, so Funyuns, beef jerky, and gummy worms.
Gummy worms.
For those of you in the chat, what's your favorite go-to road snack?
Yeah. We're putting ours out there. Until I hear otherwise, I'm putting beef jerky at the 1 seed. It can't be topped. And this is how you know we're from Texas. 'Cause I'm
Right.
going to tell you, with beef jerky, no
Gotta go
better place
Bug-
to go than Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's for the beef.
Yeah. Tammy, on your drive-in, I don't know what state you're going to be going through, if you're going to be going through Arkansas or Louisiana, but when you see a Buc-ee's, you'll know it. I don't even have to explain it to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, and you'll start seeing the advertising billboards, like 150 miles out.
Yeah. Just stop at Buc-ee's. It's the cleanest. One of the things they pride themselves with, the cleanest restrooms.
Yeah, plan accordingly.
And their barbecue sandwich is on point.
Do we need anything to drink? I'm okay. Thank you for the ask.
I've been in the booth probably like 6 hours already today.
Yeah.
And I'm still enjoying every minute of it.
Yeah, this is a blast.
So go ahead.
No, I was going to say, these games just get better and better.
Yeah. So what do y'all think about this VPIP game where we boot the lowest player with the lowest VPIP?
And the idea behind this experiment was nobody wants to watch a quote-unquote traditional game where, you have 9 nitty players potentially.
Right.
It doesn't look exciting on a stream. It's not sexy, for lack of a better term. So this whole thing was to induce action organically and really create an environment that's only for the stream to make it fun to watch.
And again, I think Matt said this already. This is definitely not a game that you see on the floor.
No, nor do we ever intend to put it on the floor.
It'd be hard to track VPIP without RFID cards anyway. So, but yeah.
Virtually impossible.
Ooh, Chris getting in the mix, new to the table, 3-betting Queen 9 suited.
Chris.
I like that hand to 3-bet. It functions really well as a 3-bet, especially in position.
It does. I have to read it out now. Captain Underpairs, he totally agrees. Funyuns, he says, is cracking a bag.
It's a good crack,
There's no
though.
better way to put it.
Oh, an old man flopping
So look at this.
flush.
Yeah. And nobody else really connecting strongly. I mean, I know Coldest says top pair, but with a 3 kicker, are you really that excited?
See if it checks all the way, Chris, and if Chris is going to bet or not. Let's see.
I'm going to say like 125 here would be the bet I would.
This is a board you definitely check.
So I saw was it a blind bet on the turn? Is that what this is? Yeah, and they're all going to drop. I saw the bet come out before I saw the cards.
So he bets 100 in the 300, about third pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When you're out of position, not playing a lot of hands, and you're leading that turn, especially when the 4th club gets there, you're definitely putting on a club. Don't know how weak his club is, but definitely, if he calls there, he probably slows down and checks the river.
I would think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm glad you guys are watching.
Could have been
having a good time.
Could have been a really dangerous card because someone could have been floating with a face card club.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Luckily, no one else in that hand had clubs.
Yeah, which is rare. Check raise. So that's a decent battle hand. Ace Jack suited.
Colas under the gun, opening the 20. Check raising, just electing to call.
So full disclosure, this is another hand, the 3-5 suited from Jake and Bake. That's a hand that I like to get real splashy with.
Yeah. But again, Frankie's 3-betting middle position. Frankie hasn't been getting in the mix a lot.
We've seen Frankie. This is, I think, his third hand out of roughly 40.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it really slows you down quite a bit.
This flop is probably going to go heads up. Coldest calls.
I think, like I said, because it's Frankie, I think it slows them down
Right.
significantly. And, of course, it gets rewarded with top pair.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so
Uses a big sizing. It's a slightly connected board with some club draws. He does have the king of clubs. There's some straight draws out there. So size is a little large there to obviously get to deny some equity against, I think it was, who was it? Coldest and check raise.
yeah.
Frankie taking down a pot. Only down $100.
You know, all things considered in this game,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one hand.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, you're either going to win really, really, really big or lose really, really, really big. So for him to stay around the even mark, you know, again,
This long into the game.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, we're nearly, what,
2 hours,
2 hours into the
Just-
session?
just under 2 hours into this
Yeah.
2-5 VPIP game. And
So we got pocket jacks from Mikhail. So he's in the cutoff. Now, I haven't seen Mikhail play, I think, any. I guess
Hands.
the first hand when he first came in, but
Yeah.
outside of that, it really slowed him down.
yeah. Chris 3-betting, ace-5 offsuit in the hijack. Okay, so Mikhail 4-bet. So check raise open to 25 with queen 3 offsuit.
Looks like we're about to lose check raise.
Yeah, and probably Chris is going to fold here. Chris knows that check raise. Chris knows that Mikhail hasn't really been getting too splashy in this game, and so Chris trying to get in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Being new to this live stream table.
Yeah. John sitting with the 6K.
Yeah, he had that big triple up when he had pocket 9s versus pocket 8s and pocket 6s.
Oh, my goodness.
I know that like 4 people had pocket pairs that hand.
Yeah. It was insane. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for sharing the stream. We did not coin the phrase grow the show, but I'm certainly going to lift it. I first heard that phrase from Ben and Skin way back. It was a local radio show. I think it's very apropos now. Jake and Bake. Pocket 8s again. So he's coming right back in it. Coldest one with King Queen. I see a battle brewing.
Yeah, and so here with having open ender, definitely gonna. I didn't see the pre-flop action because I was checking a message, but
Jake and Bake raised it up to 40 and then Coldest flats.
okay, so King Queen suited out of position to late position raise.
And look at this flop.
I definitely would probably be 3-betting that hand, and then definitely c-betting this flop. So connects with it. Let's see if he elects to lead out here. If he's gonna go check raise. Yeah, looks like he's gonna lead.
And why not?
Yeah. Small sizing, 75 into 185. About 40-45% pot. Yeah, definitely going to have to pull pocket 8s to 3 overs.
Yeah.
Doesn't have much drawing to a gutter to a straight. Needs a 9 on the river.
And even if it connects, it does not feel good.
Yeah, a non-spade 9. Yeah.
Yeah. So 3 of them, and then you're still terrified with the king.
Thank you, Tom,
Thank you.
for the comment.
Eddie is the best. I stand by it. Eddie is the absolute best.
I try to offer some poker analysis while also making the stream commentating, mixing it in, having fun. So sometimes when I mix in the fun, I neglect the poker analysis, but want to keep those that are just watching for entertainment value on a Saturday evening, especially this game, being a VPIP game.
Yeah,
Definitely,
this is a good one.
We've seen for the last 2 hours. Now I know we started this stream about 2 hours ago. I anticipate at some point in the near future players getting subbed out.
Yeah, another
I'm not
swap out.
Yeah, I'm not sure who those players are. If they're swapping out, are they swapping out one or two at a time?
So what he said was it's a 40% threshold. So anybody who falls below 40% is at risk of swap out.
Okay, so it's going to be
So I think it's potentially if everybody has a VPIP over 40%, then they will not get swapped out at all.
Gotcha.
But beyond that, I don't know. And I like that. Because if your money is in play on the table and you're actually providing action and playing the game, then I like that you get to stay and try and recoup and recover.
Right.
Defend your stack.
I don't think that was a raise. I think that was a straddle.
Well, I was about to ask, wow, how did that make sense? And I think you're right.
No one, and he's not going to raise to 10 with 9-5 offsuit. So more than likely that was a straddle and a raise by John in the 1 seat under the gun +1 with ace queen off the 350.
Check raise, it did look like check raise was racking up rounder. So once the rack goes on the rail like that, he has a certain number of hands before he has to either unrack or leave the table. So I suspect that he has announced when he's leaving and he's in that number.
So John flopping top 2 pair and both Frankie check raise. Oh, and I believe, wait. I thought somebody got there with Broadway. No one got there with Broadway yet.
I know, but all these whole cards, I mean, it's suspicious.
Let's see if he sizes up.
Yeah, there's a lot
He needs to make a
here.
big size into the 225.
Even
2/3
that.
spot. I like that. I
Yeah.
like that bet. I think he's going to definitely get folds. Yeah. Good sizing there. Having 2 pair with ace queen. Getting check raise and Frankie both to fold.
Yeah. Well, oh, no, all in.
Wait.
Oh, we didn't know he did not. Check raise, saw the river, connected Broadway, goes all in.
Oh, wow.
It looked to us like he was folding, but he did call.
Okay, I apologize, viewers of the chat.
So he's going to pick up an additional 455.
That's a very speculative call there on the river, especially being out of position to the pre-flop aggressor who barreled both the flop and the turn. So you're really looking to only hit a jack at that point. Sorry.
Essentially,
Yeah,
you're
a jack.
drawing to the gut shot.
Yeah, so you're drawing, and really he's drawing to 3 clean outs.
That's right.
Yeah, with 2 hearts on the board.
Because you're not wanting to see the 10 of heart or the
Right.
jack of hearts. So
from even though no one else had hearts in that hand, you still have to factor in the flush draw. So drawn to about 6, just a little over 6% from a clean out perspective.
right.
8%. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely that call by check raise on the turn is definitely negative EV call on the turn.
It absolutely is.
So-
It was rewarded then in the long run. I don't think it will be.
But rounder
But poker is alive and well
in Texas, so specifically, so
at Poker House.
yeah, at Poker House. So with that being said, rounder, that's something that doesn't surprise me when I get to show that and I see somebody drills it with that hand and I'm like, yeah, it is what it is kind of thing. So
Absolutely. Not a whole lot on this hand.
you kind of get used to it. Also, obviously, just as a poker player, that when you play as often, or I used to play as often as I do, you get used to it. Some people don't get used to it and let it affect their game.
Sure.
Going 5 ways to this flop. No one with much of anything. Colvis with the best hand with ace high, but Jake and Bake having a gutter to a straight. Needs a queen to get there. I believe check raise was the pre-flop aggressor, right? I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Checks around the flop. Brings in the 5 of clubs on the turn. That card's pretty much a blank to everybody that's playing this hand. And relative to that board itself. And those of you in the chat, tune in tomorrow 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Next Gen doing their Nick from Hazlitt. Is it a 1-3,000 cap or 1-2-5? I'm not sure the structure of that game. Nick from Hazlitt House Poker can better answer that question. And I believe one of the next gen boys, plus either Chris, who is in the 2 seat right now, or Nick in the chat, will be in the commentary booth tomorrow. So look to watch that live stream tomorrow. I believe we've live streamed 6 days out of the past 7 days.
I believe so.
Yeah. And
With more coming.
so Check Raise has left. I think he may have let the table know that he had to leave by a certain time. Okay, so Hazlitt House Poker, Nick from Hazlitt says 1500 cap. So next gen will be streaming, correct me if I'm wrong, Hazlitt, or I don't know why I'm calling you Hazlitt, but Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. Stream is going to go from 6 to 10 p.m. to $1500 cap. And if you're part of the next gen Discord, it's a monthly paid membership. I believe there's different tiers. I believe the top tier you get you're able to sign up for the live stream ahead of time for the other ahead of the other members of the Discord group. Please confirm that. So Chris is playing tomorrow, and Nick and Frankie from Next Gen. Frankie, from Next Gen will be in the booth tomorrow. Eden flopping top pair. Weak kicker. Let's see if he bets there. Oh, Jake and Bake gonna make a move. Gonna bet 40 into a pot of 77, about half pot. The new player Eden. Thanks, Nick. Eden with a top pair. New player on the stream. Raising, making it slightly over a min raise.
Yeah, connects his hand.
Aggression frequency, Jake and Bake, Eden. Obviously, Eden doesn't really count because it's his first hand. So, but Jake and Bake, aggression frequency at 50%. Didn't get a chance to see the rest of the players, but
Frankie and Mikhail were toward the bottom.
yeah, and they're still on the stream. So, if they don't start mixing it up, they're in risk of getting. I know Mikhail gets an opportunity to sit for at least an hour.
Right, because he just joined late.
Just joined late.
Now,
so.
Frankie would be at risk if his VPIP doesn't improve.
So I think the two players at risk from the original would be, if I'm guessing without seeing the VPIP stats, which they should probably come up soon, would be Old Man and Frankie. But Old Man now raising his VPIP by opening Ace King offsuit, the middle position. Three ways to the flop. Wow, and Jake and Bake flopping the world with this board.
And checking.
Look,
I would have liked to have seen Jake and Bake bet here only because he has such a wide range and an aggressive stance.
could check raise here. No, well, again, against old Matt, he may just want to call.
See,
It looks
for
like he's
me, I
gonna
think
check
I would
raise.
lead out the bet only because he has such a wide range.
Yeah.
That you might as well build a pot and get value if you're going to try and go for either of these draws.
Now, again, with that being said, Matt hasn't played a lot of hands.
No, he hasn't.
Right. So, again, Matt, old man, he has a rate. He definitely doesn't have the nut advantage here, but he does have well, I wouldn't even say he has a range advantage against Jake and Bake. Again, he's got an uncapped range.
He does.
And I wouldn't say uncapped. That's he's not playing that loose. He's not playing as loose as PokerCanth was, but he's got a wider range, like you said. So that's definitely a board that favors Jake and Bake more than it favors Old Man. So
And if you can induce because Old Man only had 780, and I say only kind of tongue in cheek, but for this game, 780 is not a lot relative to the other stacks.
Right.
And so at that point, when you have so many draws in your range that Jake and Bake had, I love that bet only because if you get somebody willing to come in with that type of hand and just ship their stack for the
Right.
race, then why not?
And I think Jake and Bake would be willing to get all his chips in there.
I think he would have beat him in the pot in that case.
How's it house poker talking Chinese to my...
That's impressive.
Why she was in the chat earlier. I'm hoping that's appropriate for the stream. just kidding. Even if it's not, I don't care.
I was going to say.
It's in Chinese.
I
so-
can't dispute it.
Yeah, I can't dispute it.
Is that Chinese?
I'm going to say yes
Oh,
because
because it
the
says
person
Chinese on the name.
Yeah,
Oh, look at you.
could be completely wrong.
No. Nice deduction.
Colt in middle position, raising pocket 8 to 35. Colt in the cutoff, 3 betting to 90 with ace king offsuit. Look for folds all the way around. Get back to Colas, who probably will call the raise. Gonna go heads up to a flop.
Classic race.
Yeah, with about $200 and just under $200 in the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Colt connecting there with top pair.
Now, as Colt, it's a good opportunity to check behind. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So try and let him catch up a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of bad turn cards for him there.
Well, and in this case, Coldest picks up the additional draw that maybe makes him feel some false confidence.
Doesn't get there.
No, and now this shuts it down.
Well, here's the thing with
But
that.
the queen,
Yeah, with that run out, clubs come into play, queen comes into play. So
yeah, get to showdown and just hope for the best.
yeah, Colt unfortunately with top 2 there, rivering top 2, just gonna have to check back.
Yeah. Ace King was ahead on 3 streets.
Yeah. I think he chose to check flop to, again, like you said, allow Colas to catch up a little bit, maybe pick up some additional equity on the turn, which he did.
So we're seeing our chip count. John still at the top. Jake and Bake. Coldest. I think this is pretty similar to what it was before.
Right.
So chips have shifted around just a bit, but not enough to really change the standings.
Again, Matt checking Poker Atlas. We currently still have 10 tables going right now. With a long wait list for this 2-5, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players on this wait list.
Nice.
I don't think there's a feeder table. I think they're just on the floor playing 1-2 right now. And if they get their name called, they're just going to jump over here.
I see.
I could be completely wrong.
It has happened once or twice.
Yeah. So
Ever.
let's see where we're at in our tournament right now.
Ooh.
Where are we at?
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this is going to become the Mikhail and Frankie show this hand.
Right. Okay.
Eden has he played every hand since he sat?
Yeah, he's getting a little splashy trying to get the VPIP
He
up.
is really running his VPIP up. He's wasting no time. He is not going to be kicked off this stream, and he's determined to show it.
Yeah, I don't think Mikhail can call the same hand that Frankie has. Then there's an open at 3 bet from Frankie who hasn't
No,
played
I
a
don't
lot
think
of
so
hands.
either. But now, yeah, does Frankie come along? Eden has been playing a lot of hands, but we haven't really seen Eden have to show down hands. So there could be a sense of distrust until that happens. Ooh.
I think this. Well, again, Eden doesn't have a lot of showdown down value, so he
has to bet.
He's gonna have to barrel.
Yeah, if he's going to commit to this range, that feels like a value bet.
Frankie turning open ender now concerned about spades. Now
Everything.
he does unblock spades.
He does, but there's a lot to be concerned with. And again, we haven't seen Eden really go to a showdown. And we still haven't.
Eden picking up $200 there. Frankie down to about 1.1K.
There's our VPIP. So Frankie just crossed over the 40%. So he saved himself. Mikhail still is in the safe zone.
Yeah.
Chris actually might also be.
No, yeah.
Has he been here more than an hour?
No, this is Chris. I think has been less than an hour.
That's what I'm saying. So those two are safe.
Yeah. So Mikkel and Chris should be safe.
Yeah.
So I know the 3 newest players to this stream: seat 2, Chris from Hazlet Poker; Mikkel, who played the earlier stream in the 3 seat,
Right.
and Eden, who just came
In seat 7.
in seat 7. So
Yeah. So he replaced Check Raise.
yeah. So we have 9 left remaining in our $7,500 guarantee. So we are down to the
final table.
Down to the
already.
final table. Yep.
Wow.
We didn't have as many entries as we did last year. Again, I think it's a function just of other local clubs hosting tournaments. So
Absolutely. So there's another one that has a giant 100K, and like I said, they added their second flight for the day that was unexpected. They announced it a couple days ago. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
they had the turbo. Okay.
Javier, so he's asking, are your cards RFID'd for the live stream? And if so, how do you guys assure for peace of mind that there's no cheating going on? Seems to be a hot topic currently in poker blogs. It absolutely does. Not trying to stir the pot or saying you guys have any of this going on, but sure that this is a concern for a lot of the players. And currently, we would like to hear for peace of mind. So we spoke on this in the first stream earlier today,
Yep.
and I have no problem saying it again. We have been evaluating our process and procedures, I think, all week, which most streams probably are.
Yep.
So our production room sits in essentially a walk-in closet, and there is no other access to this room except one soundproof door. So there's no way to get in. We run on a 15-minute delay, and there's not even a security camera in here. Nobody else has access to any of the production. We're on a standalone server. So you can't
Separate hardwired internet to this room. So
That's right. Not Wi-Fi.
No Wi-Fi. Separate hardwired connection. Also for the players that join the chat, if you see that little box behind there, they are required to put their cell phones in that box. They are not allowed to have any electronic devices.
no earbuds, no headphones.
And if they want to use a phone, they obviously have to step away from the live stream table if they need to send a text, shoot something out.
That's right.
If they have to use the restroom, go smoke a cigarette, or run to their car, they're not allowed to bring their phone with them. Their phone has to stay there. So those are some of the safety precautions that we're taking here at Poker House to ensure the integrity of the game. Again,
Yeah, we feel really strong and confident that we've covered a lot of the bases.
yeah, and again, with that being said, is there always an opportunity for something? Yeah. Again, we're making sure that doesn't happen. Actually, Chris Lago kind of came in here. I didn't realize he was a software engineer, tech nerd. I don't even know
What the official term is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have had outside evaluators and some consultants come in, and we feel real confident. So all in all, I guess the quick answer is that. So the standalone server and the direct hardwire really protects us quite a bit. Nobody can tap in to the stream or the content.
Correct.
Which is a huge factor, I think, in a lot of these storylines that you see. That's generally one way they do it.
Right.
Another way that we saw was using the security camera in the room and getting info that way.
Right.
And there was an inside with the security team. Well, that's not an issue here because we admittedly chose to leave the security camera out just so that would never be a question mark. And then having the fire-rated soundproof door to this space was another one where we could totally ensure that we didn't have any leakage of what we're seeing.
Right.
So leave the room. And not only that, we don't even have, so the monitors that we have in room, they are not on a volume in the room, even though it's soundproofed. We're on headsets and hearing it in the headset. So these are quite a few ways to give you peace of mind, Javier. We feel quite confident that we've covered the bases that we need.
Yeah, and another thing, so whoever is out running the action tracker, whether that's Craig, Eric, or myself, when we're inputting the action, we don't have access to the whole cards. We only get a signal that says, hey, the RFID card reader read the cards. It didn't. So blue means the cards are red and they're in the box. Craig, yellow means that the cards are unread. So the only people with access to whole cards are Matt and I. Well, Matt,
Whoever's in the booth.
Whoever's in the booth, but we're on a 15-minute delay. So we've talked about maybe making a 30-minute delay. We don't think it's necessary. Now, if that's a suggestion that we think would ensure additional security. I'm sure that's something that we would enforce or implement. But for right now, we feel that like the protocols that we've put in place are sufficient enough to mitigate any potential risk of security breaches.
Absolutely.
So,
Well, and additional features coming. So we've discussed roundtabled options on how to further insulate us from the possibility of any kind of scandal or cheating. And one of those is putting backdrops around the table. So when the table is in play, it's going to be enclosed completely with backdrops.
Yeah. So you won't see some of these back. So like you see the lady in the mop, you're not going to see her. It's going to be enclosed with a black drape.
So then there's not even a question of people in the room in any way having access to the game at all.
Yeah. And I agree, Tom. People are just so sophisticated. I'm not going to lie and sit here. I understand technology. I'm a CPA. I know numbers and I know poker. So in terms of how people cheat and whatnot, signaling each other, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's beyond the scope of my understanding. So
it is. Well, and that's kind of how it should be. When all things are right, it should be something that goes unnoticed as far as the precautions that we take.
Right.
I know that Danielle and I spend a great deal of our time as the GMs here focused on, I guess, the race, for lack of a better term, of staying ahead of the game and ahead of the curve of what cheats are doing. So we're well-versed in things that are out there. We research this regularly, and we're trying to constantly insulate us by improving our procedures, teaching dealers what to look for, educating just the staff as a whole on how to watch out for what we know to be known techniques.
But no, thanks, Javier. That's a really good question. It's a very valid question with everything going on, especially in the past week. So you're seeing all those rooms that have a live stream kind of overviewing their security protocols for their live stream. Again, this happened a couple of years ago with the Mike Postle incident at Turning Stones in California.
Did.
And then kind of hit a new potential. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. There's just no other words to explain what happened last Thursday at the Hustler. So, that definitely brought in new questions about live stream security protocols. So we've implemented some security protocols to minimize and mitigate any security breaches.
And we'll continue to do so.
Yeah.
You'll see tweaks and changes as we go. So as we get more sophisticated with our education within this production, I guarantee you're going to see the tweaks. The evolution of this stream is going to continue. And pulling back the curtain for just a minute, Eddie, I can tell you one of the upgrades whenever we monetize this stream that I'm going to be opting for.
What's that?
Over-ear headphones and not on-ear. Because I don't know about your ears, but mine are feeling the fatigue of having these headphones on.
It doesn't, it doesn't. I'm so used to it now that doesn't even bother me.
I'm sensitive.
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
Colas on the button. 4-betting. I don't know if that was a 4-bet or not. It could have been a 4-bet. I missed the action a little bit. So
yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of straddles.
Yeah.
And it surprises me in a game like this with the loose action.
So the thing is, you don't want to straddle so you can get your VPIP up. So from a strategic standpoint, if you're in early position,
fair enough.
Yeah, you're gonna let's say you have 8-3. Of course, you're not going to like really play the hand because it's not going to limp around, right? Pre-flop. But you're going to want to limp in with a hand like 8-3. Just to
raise your VPIP?
Just to get your VPIP. Or under the gun +1, getting...
It's good for $5 on the cheap.
Good for $5 to ensure you're seated at the table for another hour. Oh, Frankie folded pocket fives? Oh, I didn't know that.
He did.
Yeah, and to be honest, to a 4-bet...
in fairness to the 4-bet raise, I get it. Now, obviously, you don't want to fall into the trap of being results-oriented, but Frankie is probably kicking himself just by the result. But in the long term... Frankie's a very calculated, careful player, and it's plus EV to fold there.
Yeah, always plus EV to fold. And I believe he was, out of position. So you definitely don't want to be playing pocket fives, trying to set mine to a 4-bet. Wow, and Cole, this one being the aggressor with ace-king.
That's it. And he locked up the pot. Yeah, so you can see the standings right now, the winnings. no surprises here. We saw Jake and Bake, it looks like, drop down. So he gave a little bit of it back. I promise you, though, that stack of his is not on lockdown.
Who's this?
Jake and Bake. So on the last stretch when we did it about 20 minutes ago and we saw the graphic, I think he was either number 1 or number 2
Okay.
for profit right now.
Right.
So he's dropped down to 3rd.
And that's the thing. When you take such an aggressive style of play,
You're going to roller coaster.
You're going to roller coaster. You can have the chip lead and have a significant chip lead, or you can literally get felted twice. So it's a very high variant style of play. Not my particular style of play.
No.
I'm more trying to learn things from a theory-based perspective,
right?
With some exploits in there. Again, still have some leaks that I need to plug in my game. Trying to get those ironed out at the 1-2 level before I really make the leap and commit myself to playing 2-5, 5-10. So here we go again on another monotone board. Nobody with much of anything. Colt having queen high with a queen high flush draw.
Now we're really starting to see Frankie open up his range quite a bit. He's taking stabs at more pots. I wonder if that is a byproduct of him being down right now in this game. But he is opening up for sure. Oh, wow. And now, I mean, Colt hits top pair, now has the redraw to go with it. I don't see him going anywhere with this hand. I think Frankie just committed to a line and picked a bad spot in the end.
See what he does on the river.
I think now with the ace, it just kind of further seals.
And really, the way this hand was played, the ace of diamonds shouldn't play a factor into this unless you have a hand like
some kind of ace club draw.
Yeah,
I can see that.
King Jack of clubs.
Yeah.
Ace Jack of clubs.
I mean, like the ace nines, ace eights, they'll flat right there and come along, I think, with this whole line. I think that makes a lot of sense to put him on a hand like that. And we know he doesn't have that, but
definitely not going to have ace king of clubs there. Probably not going to have
certainly
ace
not. I
queen
think
of clubs, but maybe
not even
like
club. I think you put him on just single club that missed, but maybe connected a midweek ace.
Yeah. So Nick. That is a function of the person on action tracker incorrectly inputting the information.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, so we apologize for that. That's why I kind of pausing on the pre-flop action, because like some of the sizings don't make sense. I'm like, why are you gonna raise to 10 and then 3-bet to 50? I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So really, it's an under the gun straddle with a raise to 50.
We're actively broadening our production team, our live stream team, which includes the action tracker. So there are some rookie action tracker employees that are coming in. They're being trained on it, and so you'll see them in the background getting some real-time experience, but that is the frustrating growth.
Yeah, and one of the things
they're learning.
One of the things is the dealer and or the player should be announcing straddle. So, the person running action tracker may not know it is a straddle, but should be paying attention to that to the action.
Yeah. And that'll be something that look for it to be improved. It's another function of running all of these impromptu streams.
Right.
So that we can plug these leaks and these holes and see where we are needing more development and to continue cross-training and getting the staff up to speed before we get into the full-fledged games all the time.
And I like the 3-bet here by Chris.
This is so smooth. And again, I said it on the last stream, I love this hand. This fits my personal range a lot.
It's definitely a hand that has 3-bet functionality.
It does.
Blocking a lot of strong holdings like ace jack suited, king queen suited, ace queen. Those types of hands, obviously unblocking aces and kings, but still it's a strong enough hand to 3-bet without a position.
It is, and you're in the range of a lot of Broadway cards. You're looking for a lot of the similar hands. You can represent it strongly.
And again, look for Chris to c-bet his entire range here. Again, even though this is a board that really doesn't hit his 3-bet range, he's playing a hand, representing a hand that's like over pairs.
Yes,
so
he is.
even Colas has to consider, okay, I'm still behind ace king, ace queen here, right? Chris has all the over pairs.
I mean, in this case, you're telling the story.
Right.
So you continue with your C-bet to further the story, add more chapters to it, because you're going to try and sell this. Even if you don't connect,
Right.
by the time the river comes and you put in a sizable 3/4 pot bet, you have to have all the pieces of the story there to take this line.
So let's see if he was going to double barrel it. Alexa check. Oh, river's the queen. Let's see
there
if he
you
bets
go.
for value here on the river. And if he does bet,
the check on the turn, but here, that diamond's a little bit of a scare card on
Yeah.
top of the queen, but the check on the turn, I think, gives you a little bit of a weaker image.
yeah, let's see if
So he
block,
might be able to sneak in a value.
Yeah, let's see if he block bets here, maybe like 150, 200, anywhere from 150 to 250 to squeak out a
Yeah,
little value.
I'd go with that $200 bet.
Yeah, quarter pot. Now, sometimes when you block bet on the river, your opponent can interpret that as a weakness and come back over the top.
And that's what you hope. In
Yeah.
this case,
You hope he doesn't do that if you're Chris, right?
Right.
Gonna try to if he's hoping to try to squeak out some value with his queen. Okay, so checking the river, knowing that he has now showdown value, and for what it's worth, Colet's on this board texture has showdown value with his ace high.
look at this.
Makes a big bet. Goes
So again,
3/4 pot.
Coldest took the action away from him by putting the bet out. Sensed
I
some
think-
weakness with the diamonds coming out there. I think he's really trying to represent it.
Yeah, and I think Chris can find the call here, based off the action on the flop and turn. Let's see if he folds. It's a relatively polarized bet size, considering the action on the flop and turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain under pairs, thank you. Yeah, transparency here. It's a fundamental philosophy,
Yeah.
I think, that we've kind of gotten behind in the room as a whole, both on the cash side and the live stream side.
Good call.
Yeah, great call.
Yeah, when he goes down and he reconstructs the hand,
Yeah.
and the line played by Colas, that bet on the river doesn't make much sense. If Colas is going to try to bet for value, he's probably going to use a smaller sizing to squeak out which is why I was wondering if Chris is if he's going to lead the river there, going to choose a sizing that's value heavy. But
Right. Yeah.
with Colas making such a polarized bet, given the flop turn action, ace high has a lot of. If I'm him there, I'm actually checking river because my ace high has a lot of showdown value there, right? So there are scenarios where ace high wins on that board.
Yeah, so Captain Under Pairs, we are unafraid to show our flaws. We know that we are evaluating our processes weekly, and we kind of like the transparency, I think, speaks to our goal of providing a player-friendly room. And so we are very much open with our flaws and our upcoming improvements and the things that we're working on. Truly, you just have to ask us and we'll tell you how we plan to continue improving. It's not an innocuous equation. It's not something we lock away behind a closed door. So we are players, I think, first.
Yeah.
So we look at the game from that perspective, and then we bring our operating expertise behind that.
And Captain Under Pairs, we really appreciate that comment. So one of the things that we are trying to do here, and I'm not even just talking about from a live stream perspective, from a security protocol. I think some of the things we're trying to offer players specifically in the DFW area, running live streams 5-6 days a week, giving players the opportunity to play on a live stream that would never get to play on a live stream. Most rooms across the nation, you're seeing games, the smallest game you're going to see is maybe 2-5, 5-5, 10, 25, 50.
Absolutely.
Here we're giving players an opportunity to play a live stream on a $100 buy-in tournament, on an $80 buy-in tournament, making the final table, playing 1-2-500 cap. Like yesterday, we had a number of viewers, again, on that impromptu, had over 50 viewers on a Friday evening.
I know, that was a lot of fun.
Last minute, but those players that played that live stream, they thought it was the greatest thing because they know, like, I may never get an opportunity to play in the live stream. So,
Buckle up for this hand.
Hand developing here.
Yeah,
Michael
here we go.
with kings in the big blind and old man with queens.
Let's go.
Now, with that being said, both of these players haven't been very active.
They haven't.
So I think they're going to be very cautious of each other and approaching, obviously, with premium type holdings. Great call, Chris. I agree. It was a phenomenal call. I think he tank called, reconstructed the hand, didn't realize that bet on the river didn't make sense, and that sizing on the river didn't make sense. From a value perspective, let's see here. Wow, Wow, and John 3-betting on the button with Jack 9 suited. I like the raise. I actually like 3-bet. Obviously, Mikhail's going to come back and 4-bet. Let's see what sizing he uses. Doesn't need to make it significantly big. You need to make it bigger than that.
Yeah.
Needed to make it bigger. Needed to make it. And again, he has an awkward. The camera is stuck. Thank you very much, Rounder. We'll be taking care of that. Wow. So we have an open by Old Man with pocket queens. Jack 9 suited, John on the button, 3-betting. Mikhail 4-betting out of the big blind to a small sizing of 325, and it going back to Old Man and ripping it for the remainder of stack. Obviously, John folding on the button, his Jack 9 suited, and when it gets back to Mikhail, going to see a snap call.
Yeah.
Thanks for the reminder on the camera. Again, we were talking about the security protocols, and in between that and analyzing. No, that's not even a word. Analyzing the hands.
Hey, we can coin the phrase.
Yeah. Analyzing the hands. Sometimes we get engrossed with just looking at the cards and the graphics rather than the actual table camera rotating. So it's going to take a few minutes to rotate on your end. So apologies, Rounder. That's probably one of the main problems we have is the camera getting stuck and us having to override.
It is.
Booth.
Yeah, we have to figure out that piece.
Yeah. I told Eric since he's going to like not be doing anything. I'm just kidding. In Vegas, in Minnesota, if we, on the plane or whatever, just to see if there's any way he can find a way to get that thing unstuck. And Old Man Matt gonna get felted. Let's see if he's gonna reload or if he's gonna give somebody opportunity that's on the waiting list to jump into a seat.
Well,
I don't know. Are they?
Are they running it twice?
It looks like they ran it twice.
All of them.
Yep, and it looks like Old Man's done for the evening.
We don't know what the bottom board is yet, but I guess we know the result.
You know, and poker brings kind of cool people, brings people together. So I actually met Matt a week and a half before I left for WSOP. And so I said, hey, shoot me a text when you get up there. We'll hang out. You say that to people. A lot of people times they don't shoot a text back to you.
They nod. They say, yeah, I'll do that.
Cool. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the, hey, we should get together next week.
Yeah, you're like,
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you never.
6 months later.
6 months later, right? And Vegas hit me up, say, hey, but I'm playing these events. Are you here? I'm like, dude, I'm here for 2 months. Yeah, I'm here. But so we spent we didn't really spend time outside of the casino, but you know, we hung out a little bit, text each other throughout the events that he and I both played. So he had a couple of decent showings there. Oh, blind raise from the 6th seat to 20.
I like this.
And Mike, a very experienced dealer, came down to Minnesota with Eric, has a lot of experience dealing on the live stream. I think he's got experience dealing on not this live stream, but just live stream in general. Colas with a blind raise at 20. He didn't making a lot of these players, especially at these stakes, lower stakes, that like the action. I get that. You know, they'll call with a weak ace. And I'm not a big fan. Oh, Renee's coming in.
Ooh, Renee.
Solid player.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of just cold calling ace deuce offsuit when you have so much action
because
behind.
there's so much that beats you post flop.
Yeah.
That I think you need to narrow and isolate with that hand if you're going to play the line.
Yeah. The thing, if you hit an ace, you're just gonna have to continue because you hit an ace. But all
and
these
you're
other
in
players,
such a weak holding,
right?
Yeah.
And here, obviously, he has the best hand, but Colas has the nut flush draw. Oh, sorry, the next
just to this point,
next to nut flush draw, and Colt flopping middle pair with a king kicker. So I would imagine. Okay,
I mean, everybody connected.
Yeah. Definitely look for Colas to call here. Check call.
So when you get to this
he's
flop,
going to check raise.
right, and you get the top pair that you were hoping for, so you just continue the line, I guess? Are you committed to this?
Yeah, here's the thing. What hand are you putting Colas on? He blind raised to 20.
Right.
And he's check raising this flop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turn brings in a 7 or hearts. Now brings in a second flush draw.
Yeah, here we go. I'd like to see a bet of around 350.
Small
that
bet.
feels way too low.
Yeah.
And especially, so not only are you not scaring off the spade draw, but now
Yeah.
the backdoor heart draw connects.
Yeah. If you're going to bet there, with it, especially with a weak ace, you're definitely going to want to size up to deny equity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, with that being said, a queen hits her. That's actually really not really a good card for him.
No. There's a lot of ranges that he could have on a blind raise that has the queen in it. Yeah. This is one of those where I just think he got lucky
Yeah, and even
that it played the way it did.
Yeah, even said that he got a little scared there at the end when the queen paired. So I think if Colas would have led the river there and made it a big sizing, whether or not it's a value size or gone maybe a little polar, definitely would have got Eden the fold there.
Right.
An old man was in the 5 seat getting replaced by Renee. He's played on not this specific stream, but played on a few of our streams here in the past month. So
Yeah, and a regular in the room. Like, we know Renee well.
I know.
He's a great presence at the table.
66 old blue. That is our fault sometimes when the person running the action tracker has to go back and input the information.
Right.
So the action tracker, for those of you not familiar how live stream works, action tracker is the software that we use to input the action as it goes around the table.
It's the tablet that you see in the hands of whoever is walking around the table in the dealer.
Right. And so if for some reason an action gets input incorrectly, he has to quote unquote back up.
Right.
To input the action correctly, and sometimes when it back up, the camera locks up in a specific angle, and here in the booth we should catch that. A lot of the times we don't.
We don't.
So
we have a plan after this stream on how to navigate this in a lot more of an efficient method.
Right.
Ryan, thank you for liking the stream, my friend. So we appreciate you all that have just come in and joined us. Thank you.
Got another hour, so a little over an hour left in this live stream.
Yeah.
And again, what do you think about this 2-5 game, viewers in the chat? For those of you that have been in the chat since the beginning, it's been a really splashy game. A lot of 3-betting, a lot of 4-betting,
right
a lot
from the
of
first
jamming, a lot of all-ins. Players playing some very speculative hands that I wouldn't normally play. Again, I would get kicked off this table because my VPIP would probably be in the 20s, 25, anywhere from 20 to 30. So I wouldn't last in the VPIP game personally. And again, this is no shot to the players at the table. My game probably favors that of Frankie and Chris being more fundamentally sound in theory based in my play. So even when I play the 1-2 streets, I see these players playing ace deuce offsuit out of the small blind. I'm thinking, you guys know that's a really terrible hand to play with out of the small blind.
Exactly.
I don't say that. I mean, I'm saying it on the stream right now.
So it looks like we have a straddle.
Yeah. So queen 9 offsuit in the cutoff, you're limping that hand that really doesn't play well. Just see a queen. Oh, maybe I'll hit it straight, but really, mathematically, it's a negative EV play. So.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, we allow a 5x straddle on the stream, is that right?
No, we don't allow a 5. It's just we allow multiple straddles.
We do. So we don't have a multiplier on it.
Correct. It's not a multiplier. So
I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah, we don't allow. Yeah. So some rooms like you can raise up to X percentage.
A lot of the Houston rooms.
Yeah. So
I thought that's what we were doing with the stream as well. Okay.
But you can definitely multiple straddle, but the initial straddle has to come from under the gun. So the other day, got a raise in a 3-bet with King 10 suited. I watched Mikhail yesterday and today were the first times I've ever watched him play. I've never really played him. Very fundamentally sound, very, very good player.
Very calculated player.
Very calculated player here. And again, with this flop, he's flopping 2 pair here. Pretty connected board. Got Broadway draws out there. Eden with queen 10 of diamonds has backdoor diamond draw and also has a backdoor gutter. Needs a jack to get to Broadway.
Oh. That might be a scare card.
Yeah, it could be a scare card. Yeah. Nick said, gotta get that VPIP up if you want to score those days. Nick, you and I are going to become good friends. That's
awesome.
That's okay. I was trying to figure out what he said. Baddies love the high VPIPs, and I went back up and read the other comment.
Yep.
Okay, now chop pot. No one really likes a chop pot.
No.
Everybody playing the board. Let's see if one of them makes the move to try and blow them off a chop.
In this case, it's not a chop, though.
Yeah, it's a split pot. They have aces and tens with the king kicker, even though he has...
No, it is a
boat. It's a boat, right?
Yeah, it's a boat.
Tens full of aces. So.
Right. Yeah, for both. You're right.
Now, based off the pre-flop action, I think with Mikhail 3-betting pre-flop, what if he's going to go in there and make a raise, try to represent that he has an ace?
That would be so gangster right here.
Yeah. I mean, Eden was I think the original opener pre-flop aggressor, and then Mikhail 3-bet in the cutoff. I believe Eden opened Queen 10 suit. I'm not 100% sure, but I do recall Mikhail 3-betting.
I don't know either of these players. I would love to see, just for the conflict of it all, Mikhail come over the top and put Eden to a decision.
And that's kind of even though it's like 250 into a pot of, what was it, 250 into?
Yeah, like 485, something like that.
Slightly over half pot.
Yeah.
It's one of those neutral sized bets. The thing, if you bet small, then I think Michael goes, let's say, so he calls the same hand. Tammy says, my game favors limit game where I can call every hand. No, you know what, Tammy? I love the limit games. I guess towards the end of my trip at WSOP, I just got, I didn't want to play Hold'em, and I didn't want to play a tournament because I just wanted to, like, if I saw someone was like, you want to play a tournament, I would just probably punch them in the face. Didn't want to play, so I ended up going to South Point in Orleans and ended up either playing 8-16 or 15-30, Limit Hold'em, and Omaha 8 or better. Those are like two of my favorite games. And both players at both rooms at 15, because I'm really aggressive. I mean, that's actually how you're supposed to play Limit Hold'em. You're supposed to play Limit Hold'em very aggressively. And everybody's limping, and I'm, 2-betting, 3-betting, 4-betting, like pre-flop, and like I'm like stacking and like these old people like really hated me. And then I like loosened up the table, and players are playing all these hands now, so I was opening up the action.
That.
I guess it's because I'm young and I'm Asian. I get that. I get that designation sometimes. Nick, I didn't get a chance to play Resorts World at all this trip. Again, if I wasn't playing any WSOP event, I really didn't want to be on the strip. A, because I was burned out on the strip, and 2, I would have to pay for parking. And I used a friend's diamond card to park at all the Caesars properties. So
Oh, wow.
I didn't have to pay for parking, so I had free valet parking outside of tipping them. So I just didn't want to drive and have to pay for parking. I did definitely set them on tilt. But that Resorts game, I played the 8-16. I played the 4 in the 8-16 at the Aria before, and they have a pretty fun mixed game there. Resorts World has free parking? What the heck? I didn't know that.
Whole new world.
Hiya. Good to know. I played at Resorts World on my last trip to Vegas when I went for a week pre-WSOP, but I did not have my own car. I think it had just opened up a couple weeks before in last July. I went for July 4th weekend, or the week of July 4th. Oh, hand developing. Eden with ace jack, 3-betting, going to the flop of 5 of diamonds, 6 of heart, 10 of hearts with 355 in the pot. Jake and bait flopping the best of it with top kicker. Also has the ace of hearts blocking the nut flush draw. So check by Colas and a bet of 150 into a pot of 350, about 40% pot. Look for Jake to call. Yep, with top. Colas also with a 10 here. Pretty light call given the action. I've noticed that Eden here, when he double barrels on a bluff, uses a small sizing on the turn. I wonder if Jake and Vake and Colas pick up on that.
I think it helps us because we get to see his whole cards that haven't been shown a whole lot.
Yeah. I think when you go back on the stream, sorry I didn't mean to call you out there, Eden, but just from an analysis side from the booth, when you double barrel bluff. If you're going to commit, you should commit. Yeah, and Jake and Bake realizing that 3-betting to 620, I think, well, that stat was just on the screen. Yeah, raising to 725, going slightly over 3.5x. What a good raise by Jake and Bake, sniffing out that the turn bet was a weak bet. I think Colas is just going to have to fold here.
Something that he doesn't like to do often,
Yeah.
but we've seen him do this in key spots. He has the ability. We've seen it.
Does he rip it?
Oh, wow, he
And he
does.
rips it. Wow.
Or this.
Now, if you think about it mathematically, I have to run the math really quickly. He's got to call 900 to win.
I mean, so what hand are you representing here outside of maybe over pairs, but just to flat pre-flop and then check the flop, it takes away, I think, that part of the range.
Yeah, so if I'm doing the math quickly correct, it's got to call 900 to win.
Yeah.
Just under 4 to 1. He needs to have at least 25. Obviously, we see his whole card, so he needs to have anywhere from like 22 to 25% equity in this hand for it to be a positive EV call. Let's see if he makes the call here. And he does call. Running it twice. Colas drawing to a queen and to a queen only. And Jake and Bake scooping the pot. And I believe eliminating Colas. I don't know if he's reloading. No, I think he's done for the evening. It looks like we're going to find a replacement for the seat 6. 7, 8, 9. I have to count. I'm counting like softly in his line.
Seat
Like
6, because Renee sat into C5.
yeah, I have to count. I'm like counting softly in my head. Yeah, so 6. We'll have a new player subbing in on seat 6. Yeah.
Yep. So that moves Jake to the top spot on VPIP again.
Yeah, I agree
And
with
so
you, Rounder.
now Renee is brand new. He's not at risk.
Renee's a very solid player.
Now it's coming up though. Chris and Mikhail, I think, have crossed over their hour, or they're getting close to it.
Yeah.
So they are now potentially at risk.
And I believe the few times that we tried this, the first time we tried the VPIP game, we didn't have enough players in the player pool to replace anybody. So with that being said, no one got booted off the VPIP game the very first time we tried to run it. Now, with that being said, we announced that VPIP game about 24 hours before we went with it. It started getting talked around the DFW area. We ran it again last Saturday. We had 2 tables. Well, he had a feeder table feeding in. So last week we did the bottom 3 players at the top of every hour. And I believe that this week you have to have at least 40% in order to continue on this table if you don't get felded and not reloading. So trying out different versions of this VPIP game, going to get the viewers in the chat their opinion. So how long is the list? Are you asking how long is the list for the VPIP game, Tammy?
Let's see. I see at least 10 in the room currently waiting to get on.
Yeah.
So with
This
more,
game has become super popular.
yeah, with more on the way. So we see other names that have been added that haven't checked into the room,
Yeah,
but
so-
there are 10 seated in the room and checked in.
Yeah, so 12 total to, like, as Matt said, not currently here, but 10 physically in the room right now. And again, right now we are running.
So we have 10 cash games
Yep.
total. So we are at the final table of the tournament. So yeah, it's a good Saturday night.
Yeah, Tammy, so when I was in Vegas for 2 months, we had 3 vehicles between 4 or 5 sets of people. We obviously stayed at an Airbnb because I would have never, ever committed to going to Vegas to stay 2 months on the strip. I would have probably, I don't know what I would have done. I just would not want to stay on the strip for 2 months. So we did have an Airbnb, so at least I had the opportunity to go and sleep in a nice Airbnb off the strip. So anytime I wasn't on the strip, I tried to spend no time on the strip. Went to Fremont a couple times. There's a lot of restaurants off the strip that are really good, and obviously priced way better than food on the strip. And their food is just as good as on the strip.
It absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
the strip is designed to do one thing, and that is to separate you from as much money as possible. That's exactly right.
The only house that wins, the only thing that wins is the house, the casino, in every capacity, food, gambling.
Right. The strip is purely entertainment.
Like, here, 3 free nights, don't have to pay resort
Right.
fee. Cool.
With that said,
$100 free play.
I love being on the strip.
$100 free play.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm gonna come on down.
I know the
No,
con,
3K.
and I'm still here for
Yeah.
it. So I'm the sucker that they designed it for.
Yeah, I see my email and it's like, hey, 3 free nights Tuesday through Thursday at Caesar's Palace, no resort fee.
Right.
And then I get an email from Southwest. Want to get away?
How did you know?
Yeah, one-way ticket to Vegas, $39. I'm like, ooh, that's
Got
good.
me.
As a poker player, that's good value. I like that. And again, thank you again for joining. It's now 9 o'clock hour. Between Matt and I, but on these 2 live streams, we have probably been
We're putting in some hours.
commentating now about like 7 hours today. So big buy-in coming. What's that mean? I was looking at the chat and I was looking down. Somebody,
Quan. We just got excited.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that Jake and Bake will no longer be the highest VPIP in the next hour. My money's on Quan.
Yeah. I was like, what are you talking about? And then I look over and then I see Quan 5K and I was like, oh.
Buckle up. This last hour is going to be rocking.
That guy is action.
Fearless.
Definitely good for the game.
Yeah, great for commentators.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah. This coming up hour is going to be fireworks. All right. Yeah, so we see Jake and Bake connect with top pair, which is generally more than enough for what he needs. Now he gets the great turn card with the 2 pair, top 2 pair on the board. He doesn't have to worry about his kicker anymore. There's no reason that Renee is going to come along, I think, on this line. Renee is a great read of players. Rounder, you're at. Look at this. So we get the all-in from Renee. He picked a bad spot. It looks like they're going to elect to run it once, and it's not enough. So he was just making a play, thinking he could take that pot from him. I don't think that he knows Jake and Bake. You just heard Jake and Bake mention that he's playing lucky right now, so he can't miss. Paraphrasing. I'm looking forward to see Jake and Bake and Quan mix it up in a hand together. So, Eddie, welcome back. We just saw Renee make a move on Jake and Bake. Unfortunately, Renee had complete air. Jake and Bake had top 2 pair. He picked a bad spot, got felted. So he just reloaded, and he's back in the game.
Look for this. I think he's already said this, but Matt, this last hour with Quan is going to be pretty fun. Oh, Jake and Bake. What is he up to now? Like,
It's healthy.
6,000, 7,000?
I want to say he's probably well over 6 again. Yeah, it's going to be healthy. I didn't see what the total is. Renee's got a playable hand on this one, so look for John and Renee to really mix it up. You know Jake and Bake love suited aces.
He at least has 3,500 there, 3,300, give or take.
He's well over 6.
Oh, he's got 7.5.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, he's well over 6. 7.5 for Jake and Bake. And he's got a roller coaster game, to your point earlier. So those chips are in play. I think we're going to see it again on this one.
The 1 seat 3 betting out of position to 200 with ace king offsuit. Yeah, I think
they came to play.
Jacob came to play, but he definitely shouldn't be calling with ace-6 suited after that action.
Yeah, so Renee and John.
Gonna call with suited Broadway cards.
Yeah, look at this.
Good flop for him.
So after the misplay of the last hand with Renee, which I can tell you he'll just shake that right off. He made a move and it didn't work.
And again, this 5 or 4 doesn't really hit anything. The thing is, John has the ace of hearts.
So now he connects top pair. The way this is playing out, I mean, at this point, Renee just gets it in, right?
Yeah, I think
to
did
hold
he
that
reload?
back. He did reload. I don't think that. That stack is not correct. But
No, he didn't.
I thought he did reload. Oh, see, he must have had. No, he didn't have them covered.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're seeing the correct totals. Oh, I was looking at quad stack.
Yeah.
At that angle, I saw quad stack.
Yeah,
so it is correct. He reloaded, and now he just doubled right back up.
Renee picking up 1,000, getting some of his chips back. Here are the regression frequency statistics for this table. Again, some of these are going to be a little off for the new players that just sat down.
A little skewed. Only blind raises, no straddle?
No. So that's what I was saying. You in this, I guess it's not going to really matter in this last hour since we're going to be done after this hour. But from a strategic standpoint, you don't want to straddle.
Oh no,
because the straddle doesn't go against the VPIP statistics.
Right.
So that's what he's saying. Instead of he's putting out 10, not as a straddle, but he's letting Craig know that's a blind race, so he can have his. his
VPIP go higher.
Correct.
Gotcha. I misunderstood part of that, so I heard the dealer say no straddles, just a blind raise. That makes sense.
I would just limp at least just to
right behind it.
Save myself $5 potentially.
Yeah. Nobody is just flatting the straddle.
Yeah, that's for sure. And again, for those viewers in the chat, thank you for joining in. Let us know what you think about us here in the booth. If you have any suggestions for us for our live stream, whether that's just general improvements, what you guys don't like about the screen, maybe moving stuff around, stakes that we could offer from a cash perspective, what you would like to see from a tournament perspective. We take all your suggestions. And Matt, that's one thing I love about this room. If a player or a group of players makes a suggestion, you're willing to try it out. Whereas a lot of other rooms across the state say, hey, no, this is for. Now, you guys do have some firm policies on some aspect, like no rabbit hunting, things of that nature. But in terms of, hey, would you guys be willing to try a VPIP game? Okay, sure, why not? How about this and that and the other? Sure, why not? Let's give it a say. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work.
Too true.
So,
well, and I think that speaks to poker in a nutshell. So poker is an evolution that keeps happening. There's generations to poker that comes over and over and over, and it keeps evolving the game. And I think it's true for what we're trying to do with this poker room is continually evolve with it. But for us, and I say evolve, we are very focused here on innovating the future of changes and not so much trying to see what other clubs and rooms are doing. So we get excited by creating innovation and creating excitement organically in-house that other rooms want to emulate themselves. We want to lead the change and not follow it.
And 66 Old Blue definitely will say that Blue said hi. And Tammy, I don't know if you're asking me or Matt. So I am single, and I know you're going to be in town. So I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No. For the record, I don't talk like that normally. And Rounder, yes, I think we do allow chewing tobacco inside as long as you obviously spit it like in a water bottle or something like that, right?
No.
You don't allow chewing tobacco?
It is a hardness. So we don't allow any tobacco product in the room.
Okay, fair enough.
We do have a smoking lounge or a covered patio that is secured outside. But, yeah, room policy is no tobacco in the room whatsoever. That includes vape as well as chewing tobacco. Yeah.
I didn't know chewing tobacco wasn't. Okay,
No.
it's good to clarify because I would have accidentally told Rounder incorrectly.
Yeah, so it's a universal statement.
There are chip counts and the cumulative win totals. Didn't get to it quick enough.
You're very correct.
Yeah.
66 Old Blue is saying, and the secured patio is right outside the door that you see behind
That's
the live
correct.
stream table. That's right. So you see the push bar right
Yeah.
there. That is the outside covered patio. It's secured out there.
And again, Rander, because I know you're from Florida and kind of oh, dang, my bad, Tammy. Just kidding.
No Netflix,
Yeah.
no chill, just Poker House Live.
Look, Tammy, I'm totally down with like going into overtime. Now, that's just for me in the booth. I don't know how Craig, Matt, and Eric feel about it. I don't care. I can just talk and talk for hours.
I will. I have a hard cutoff on this one, and
Yeah.
I'm going to miss it if the stream continues. I love that, so I will have to get some work done.
Right.
But I'll see if I can find a surrogate to come in.
Yeah.
So if I abandon you at the 4th hour. But yeah, so to what Eddie was saying, we want to hear it. We live to engage with the chat stream as well as the just live stream in general. So tell us, what do you like about the stream? Especially tell us what you don't like. But give us some feedback. How are we doing? So what parts of it are annoying to you? What parts of it make it exciting? So when you tune in, what are you hoping to see and hear? These are all the things. So while we make all the technical changes behind the scenes and the upgrades that we believe we need in the protocol improvements, let us know on stream what we can do, because this is what directly impacts your viewing experience first.
John taking this hand down with top pair. Yeah, I know.
Agreed on the camera angles. So Old Blue mentioning, so we're doing great. Thank you for that. Also said, doesn't like the camera angles, but it's okay. No, we completely recognize that. That is one of the things that's going to be adjusted and updated. So to Eddie's point, we are going to be, Danielle, myself, and Eric are going to be at G2E, the gaming convention that's going on in Las Vegas for the next 5 days. And I said the next, so Monday through Thursday, and then we come back on Friday. So we're going to take part in that. None of these changes will happen until we get back. And then that will be our sole focus, is upgrading this stream and getting these angles updated, adding the 4 new cameras, getting the technology upgrades in place and implemented. We're going to have backdrops in place. So there's a lot when we come back, and this stream is going to continue.
We're still going to continue the stream. Just you're just not going to have all. You're going to have the same views and whatnot. So yeah. So Tammy, we used to allow. We had an option to put the comments on there, but there have been a couple of streams in the past where viewers in the chat made inappropriate comments, so we turned off that feature. But I believe in YouTube you can see the live chat.
You can.
So, will I be here? Yeah, I'll probably be here Monday. I'll probably be here Monday, yeah.
Who are we kidding?
Yeah. I don't think we're streaming on Monday. Like, look, again.
I don't know that we have one scheduled or planned. And let me just say, so I'm going to answer for Eddie here. Eddie spends almost all of his time here. He's a volunteer and absolutely crushes everything he does. So at some point, we're going to find a way to get him on the payroll.
Yep.
Not that he's asked, but he is more than deserved and earned that role. But he's a volunteer here, and he does not take breaks. He comes in every day that we ask him to come join us. So I think Monday, in all fairness, we probably owe this team at least a one-day break to recover. And really, we need Eddie to find a significant other, and I can't do that if he stays in this booth for his entire existence. So we're going to let him out of the cage for one night. So if anybody is listening or watching and you want to spend a night out on the town with Eddie, does not have to be romantic. It can just be a night out.
Hey.
So Eddie's a lot of fun to be around. Monday is the day to do it.
Yeah. And for the record, I'm going clothes shopping with my housemates and the wife, and she says it's time for me to get there to get on the dating scene.
Not your wife, Hayden's wife.
Yeah, Hayden's wife. Yeah. So Hayden's going shopping as well tomorrow with us. So.
Right.
Hayden and his wife Kim, they're gonna say take me shopping. They're gonna help me pick out some clothes, and so gonna want to get kind of add some new wrinkles to my wardrobe.
There it is.
Yeah.
So you're going to need a day to go try them out. You got to take them on the town for a spin. Yeah, once again, shout out to Pedro. That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
So Pedro puts on this game tonight, the 2-5 game. He did it last week, too, with a lot of tremendous success. Thank you for bringing this game to us and promoting it. So Pedro's a lot of fun to have in the room, and he spends a lot of time promoting the room and the game to players that have not been involved at Poker House yet. So we thank you, Pedro, for your efforts and your time that you spend helping us grow. So
and for the record, Captain Under Pairs, I have a normal job, but I'm able to work anywhere remotely. So a lot of times, if I know I'm going to be here for a commentary, like I may go to a coffee shop for a few hours in the morning if I need to make phone calls or do whatever it is. If I have to do Zoom meetings and whatnot, but a lot of times I'll come here before traffic starts and work another 3 or 4 hours in this break lounge area before I either stream or I commentate or I help with Action Tracker. So
right.
Ooh, Chris 4 betting with 7-9 suited. I like that hand. Mikhail on the button with ace queen suited. It looks like he's just going to call. So we're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Chris trying to get aggressive with a stack here. Captain Under Pairs, are you on Facebook? I can give you my number. And if anybody else in the chat wants my number, I can give it out over the chat.
Da, da, da.
If you want to go to, if you're on Facebook, again, that's the only social media platform I use. Oh, and I commented on a post 2 hours ago where it says Full House tonight, and the 2-5 live stream is playing the VPIP game. I posted on there. If you want to click on my name. Oh, you don't? Okay. Trying to figure out the best way to get you my number or vice versa without doing it for all of the world to hear. That'll be saved.
You just got to put it out there.
Yeah. Okay, so your daughter does. I don't know. I'm so technologically unsavvy. It's really frustrating.
I know 3 guys that can help you.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm at that age where I should understand it, but whatever, it is what it is.
Right.
Eden taking down a pot, 300.
That is Pedro in the background that you see in the live shot.
Yeah,
right
this is his stream. He doesn't play, but he helps put it together. So, kudos to Pedro. Captain Under Pairs, let me check my schedule. I know I have some phone calls and meetings. How long do you plan on being here on Monday? Because I can definitely I can work from here on Monday. Not that big of a deal. It's Columbus Day, so I don't even.
How do you spend your day on Columbus Day?
It's not even a real holiday.
I
hate saying that. It's like
no, it's definitely not. And I don't even. Is it apropos to continue celebrating Columbus Day?
I don't know. Everything is such a faux pas these days that I have to be careful. I don't. Okay, I will definitely be here. I know I've met you before in real life. Okay, so a little bit of a hand here. Colt with top pair, but Eden has the second nut flush draw. Eden been noticing that Eden's taking very aggressive lines, not very big. Oh, gets there on the river. Let's see what sizing he uses here. So that's a good value size there.
It is.
Just like about 55% pot. Colt can't call here. Any 5 beats him, any heart beats him.
Yeah, and it's painful for Colt. He wants to badly, but he just can't. Not here. Luckily, we've noticed Eden plays a lot of hands and a lot of pots, so truthfully, you'll have an opportunity here in short order, I think, to go after.
Okay, Captain of the Pairs, I'll look for you. You'll if I'm here for some reason already. Have you played here before? I don't recall seeing you play here.
Shots fired.
Two bets, 20. Four calls. Five calls. The elephant. Six calls. Seven calls.
All right, Captain Under Pairs. I put the mics on mute because I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to make this statement without permission from a co-general manager. So I talked to Matt. So I know, we really appreciate you coming into the chat on a regular basis and spending your last night, Friday night, Saturday, a good portion of the day Saturday. So on Monday when you get here, you will get to play free all day. There's no daily membership fee and no time daily fee for that day.
Right. So
Yeah.
we're going to extend out an ambassador card that gives you that privilege. We'll leave it up there at the host desk.
Yep.
So it'll be in an envelope with your name. Thank you for supporting it.
Captain, I actually don't remember your your actual full name. It's really embarrassing. I just know
That's
you.
right. From here on out,
I just know you as
it'll be
Cup.
labeled as Captain Under Pairs.
So I'll make sure at the end of the stream, so coming in on Monday, that I'll leave you a card. It's going to have Matt's name on it as the ambassador, so it'll give you the opportunity to play all day for free. Oh, Quan Rivering a boat.
Yep.
See how much value, if he gets any value on this. Probably not.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate you supporting our live stream, supporting our room, spending your Friday evening and a good majority of your Saturday. So in honor, then, as a thank you, we would like for you to play all day Monday for free. So
Yeah, come check us out.
So I may not be here at noon. I will be here. I'll tell you what, I'll definitely be here by 3 because I don't want to drive in Dallas traffic because I don't want to be on tilt. So
I can confidently tell you I will not be here.
yeah, lucky Vegas. So let me put a reminder to leave. What's your and you know what, if you want to have your daughter contact me, I'm Eddie Bat on Facebook, or she can go to the poker house. I have a private setting. I actually, not to get all into it, but when I got divorced, I started a new Facebook page, and it's pretty private. So if I post on the Poker House Dallas forum, she can go to that, like the page, trying to get us additional likes.
I like this.
No, but legit, for real. She go to the Poker House Dallas page, like the page. Look for one of the last posts from the room. You'll see a post from me, and then she click on there, and she can send me your number, and then I can give you my number, and you can shoot me a text. But I'm writing myself a note. Leave ambassador. I can't spell because I think there's 2 S's in ambassador.
It's more fun this way.
Yeah, ambassador card for Cup. And probably should get back to the action. Here we go. Going 3 ways to the flop.
So Mikhail with top pair.
Yep.
Yep. No one else really connecting anything significant. The gut shot draw for Renee. So Renee's had a much looser range this session than I've seen in previous.
I would agree with that. I think this is his third or I know he's played Patrick's game a couple times on Thursday. I can't recall if he's played any other streams. He may have played the 125. Again, all these streams are starting to spill over for myself now. I thought he said $7.75.
I did too.
So he's saying
Seat seven, $75.
Yeah.
I had
was
to
like,
look over at the pot. And I'm like, wait a minute, $7.75.
Talk about a polar oversized bet.
That's
on
how
the
you know
turn.
we've been doing this
Yeah.
uninterrupted for quite a while. So we're slightly loopy and goofy,
Right.
I think.
Pretty much went from 1 to 5. Then we started again about like 6:15. So what is that? At least 7 hours now, right?
Yeah.
So going strong.
Yeah, that 5:30 is looking like it's coming really fast.
Right. Here we go again with the. I keep on forgetting the key. As soon as it pops up, I like look away. I like right on my note. I look at the. I look in the chat, and then I look over.
I know I'm doing the same and multitasking, and then we missed the graphic.
So the way it works, so I think if you pull it, okay, we have the software automatically set up to after the first 20 hands of the stream, every 5 hands after that,
Okay.
a new stat pops up. So
Okay.
between every hand, chip accounts are going to pop up, and then 20 hands are going to happen at the beginning of the stream.
Right.
And then every 5th hand, it's going to be like VPIP, aggression frequency, pre-flop aggression, and then cumulative winnings, right? So, it's not going to be another 20 hands, so I see cumulative winnings. Mm-hmm. And viewers in the chat, do you guys, thank you very much, Rounder.
Oh.
I just always forget that happens at least 2-3 times a stream. Jake and Bake over 7K, Quan with 5K, and I think you're right. I think you're right, Rounder. I think Frankie added on another 1K. It looks like he has about 2,400 in his stack, so I don't think his chip count's correct. That's one thing that we'll go over. So again, this past week, myself, Craig, Min, and I kind of trained to work the action tracker. For the most part, I'm in the booth. But again, if I can always find someone to commentate in the booth, whether or not they're going to be as good as Matt, it's whether they're going to be good as Matt is going to be tough to find. But
They might be at eye level with the monitor.
So you can always find a commentator, but you definitely can't find somebody like just some random person for the action tracker.
Too true.
Yeah,
It's one of the most complicated positions, I think, in the entire building.
And a lot of people, like I had some guys like, it can't be that hard. You have to press this button to raise. Like, no, dude, it's like if it's not as easy as you think it is.
It's not even close. And think of the action tracker in a similar frame of mind as a stenographer for a courtroom. So
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, you cannot be
analogy.
distracted,
Right.
and you have to be engaged to every single action.
Ooh, and Quan flopping bottom
Look
set
at
here.
this. So,
Definitely not going to put him on this type of hand.
right, historically, very nitty player, so don't
Yeah.
expect him to build any kind of significant pot. All of that is sarcasm. So look to Quan to really drive the action on this,
Makes a raise only 2.5x.
which is not bad.
Oh, and he's upset because
Yeah.
he's not getting significant value from his set.
So is this a product of just nobody else connecting anything that they
Yeah.
can really defend?
I would definitely say that's correct. Eden with a 60% VPIP, Jake and Beck 56. Okay, sorry, I didn't talk fast enough. Yeah, those. Okay, let me backtrack. When those settings come up every 5 hands after the 20th hand happen, it's supposed to stay on the screen for like 10
For a
seconds.
significant,
10
significant
second
period of time.
So whoever's running the action tracker, if they hit go,
then it
disappears.
cuts it out? Oh,
so
okay.
When I've been running,
So that's
the
a training protocol.
yeah, so that is a training protocol on the action tracker. So somebody suggested doing it. You don't necessarily want to do it as soon as they pitch the first card. Somebody said hit go once the dealer pitches.
Finishes the last.
Not the last card. Pitches the first card back around. So the second time.
The second orbit.
The second orbit.
Okay.
Right. So I was like, okay.
Ooh, Quan with dead man's hand suited.
Yep.
I don't see a lot of hands, I think, mixing it up here. So, yeah.
Again, so I've played with Con. He's not a lot of action pre-flop in terms of like betting, 3-betting, but he gets really sticky and a lot of action post-flop. Now,
in
obviously,
I don't know.
so, and here we go again. Like I said,
Yeah, he's got the Grand Canyon of ranges.
yeah. So betting 60 after a check from John. Line calling with top pair backdoor heart draw. Oh,
Ooh.
turns additional
So
equity.
this just got to be more exciting
Yeah.
for Colt.
Let's see if check Quan wisely checking back the turn.
Yeah.
Let's see what the brings in another queen. So John rivering trips. Let's see if he leads out here. Probably wants to lead this river. Doesn't want this to go check on the river and lose some potential value.
Yeah.
Yeah, good small sizing. Yeah, he knows he can't like that.
Yeah.
I think you have to call there again. When two queens on the board, it reduces the likelihood of one of your opponents or players having a queen in their hand. But in this scenario, John did have a queen. Especially calling out of the small blind. Now, again, a lot of people are playing pretty wide pre-flop. Not a lot of people. There are specific players on this table that are playing pretty wide pre-flop. Here we are with the pre-flop raise. I'm making sure I'm waiting for the stats to come up. Frankie has the lowest pre-flop raise with 9%. Eden and John and Colt with 34, 28, and 22 respective. Ian in the chat saying, Team Renee, let's go. Thank you, Ian, for tuning into the chat. Again, for this last hour, actually it's going to be less than an hour, but if you haven't yet, like, share, subscribe to all our social media platforms. That's Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. I think that's all of them. It's just too many. TikTok. I don't even know if we have any of some of those, but just look at Poker House Dallas. If you see something on any social media for Poker House Dallas, go ahead and get there. Like it, subscribe it. Our YouTube channel, subscribe. Again, said this a handful of times on the stream. We are getting close to monetizing our YouTube. Oh, Extremis says subscribing. Thank you very much for that. Again, from an algorithm perspective, we have to have, when I say we, the YouTube page has to have X amount of viewing hours, which we have already hit. We just need 1,000 subscribers in order to monetize. So we're about halfway there. I want to see where we're at, actually.
Yeah, let's go check.
Yeah, we started the day at...
Please reach out to your friends. Even if you know that they haven't watched yet, please get them to subscribe on our behalf so that we can grow this to be even bigger than what it is. Once we get it over 1,000 subscribers, we can also broaden our reach.
Yep, that's correct.
So, and that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. So we want it to go beyond just DFW, beyond just the hot major markets, and give it a coast-to-coast viewing opportunity.
Right. And so this morning we had 472, so we picked up 14 viewers, 14 new subscribers, 46. So we're on our way.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, so again, one of the things we're working on.
Good point, Rounder. So we do need Next Gen just to go out there and ask their subscriber pool to also subscribe.
And I talked... I don't know if I mentioned it in this stream or the last stream. Again, all these streams are kind of coming.
They blend.
They kind of blend together. A few days ago, early in the morning when I came here, I knew that I was going to have to come here, so I just came here in the morning, and I woke up early. I decided to work here. Frankie had gotten here, and he was going to play waiting for a table to start. Chelsea, give me just a second here. Frankie was working, and we kind of talked poker. We talked about business. We talked about social media. And so, he has some pretty neat ideas for how we can collaborate with Poker House Dallas and Next Gen. So, look for him to get in contact with you. So, Chelsea, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Now I see your name. Okay. I'll be embarrassed if this is not the Chelsea Wheeler that I'm adding right now. Yeah. Captain Underpants. So, your daughter's on Facebook, and then you're on YouTube, so I can see all multi-stream comments. You're only seeing YouTube. Okay, let's see here. She accepted my friend request. That's good. Chelsea, I'm going to email you my number or message. I'm not even using the right terminology. I'm Facebook messaging you my number to pass along to your dad right now. All right, let me know if you got it. I'm so confused. I'm over here now. Who's over here? Where's everybody at? I'm confused. I'm here in the booth with Matt.
Oh, so Old Blue is here, I guess.
Is that what he means? I don't know. All this shorthand and all this. I was talking to somebody, and gosh, I was just making a joke, and this guy said, like, stop the cap. Or I was like, dude, what does that mean? I don't even know. I was like, good or bad? He's like, stop lying. I was like, why don't you just say stop lying? He's like, the new thing is, like, if you think somebody's lying, you say stop the cap. I'm like, whatever, bro. Like,
You kids and your slang
yeah,
today.
I was like, I don't know if he's cursing me out, like,
That's
or complimenting me.
Like I said, when in doubt, always assume positive.
Okay. See, thank you for clarifying, Old Boo. He was on Twitch and he made the switch to YouTube. So,
Welcome over.
I'm social media deficient, so I need additional help.
Same.
Yeah. So again, thank you very much for tuning in the late hours on Saturday. Again, Matt and I have been pushing close. By the time the stream is over, we'll be pushing close to 8 hours in the booth today. So enjoying it.
Yeah, this is fun. Old Blue, never. We ignore no one. Everyone gets a voice. So we can see the standings right now.
Cumulative winnings, here we go. I don't think that stat for Chris is correct.
No, I don't think so
whoever. Yes.
Damn.
I didn't want to read that out loud because I was like, what is she asking? So Tammy asked when I made that comment when somebody said, like, stop the cap. And I'm like, dude, what does that mean? I'm like almost 40. Anyway.
I'm predicting a 4-way flop.
Thank you, Rounder. Yes. So she asked, is that crap without the R? Yes. So when somebody says stop the cap, that means, hey, quit lying. So now I know what somebody means when they say stop the cap.
Look at that.
So for those of you in the chat, if you're not up to event,
I'm a genius.
if you're not up to date with your current events, today you learned something new. So
we had the Jack 4 off.
Oh, is he gonna make a move? Oh, I thought he was gonna make it. And
I was waiting for it.
For the record, I think he would make that move at maybe like the next gen live stream or a stream that doesn't play as crazy. But God dog it, I hate it when the cameras get stuck. Thank you, Rounder. I'm sorry. Do we have a sticky note here that I can put like? No, it's really tilting.
It is. Like I said, after this stream, we can unplug these wires and feed this up.
Yeah.
And I think that will help tremendously.
Okay, thank you, Rounder.
Oh, look at this. So you got a nut draw with John, and you have a king high flush draw right now with Jake and Bake.
I think this pot's gonna.
It's gonna get inflated.
I think it's gonna go check call. I like the check by John here because he's got with the backdoor equity. He's definitely not going to be raising here.
No, he's trying to get to that river as cheap as he can.
That's a big bet.
Well, a little less than half pot. The stacks are sizable between these two players. It's not bad. I don't mind it.
John calling with nut flush draw. Doesn't get there, but also brings in Broadway.
Yeah. I mean, we know.
Let's see what sizing he uses here. I'd like to see him use
400.
Yeah, so it depends.
In that range, 375.
It depends on what he's trying to target. Right?
Yeah.
If he's trying to target a hand like 2-pair,
I think you're trying to target the Broadway.
Yeah, so he
or not Broadway, but a king high.
Yeah,
Any king.
And he does have the king of clubs, have the flush, so maybe he's going to use a small sign to hopefully get some value. 1.1 in the pot.
And again, we apologize that the camera is not where the action is supposed to be, so we're missing out on that part of it. We are sorry for that.
Just reset the camera. I apologize again for the viewers in the chat.
So bet 500. A little bit more than what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was saying 475, though, so we're in that range.
I like actually smaller, like 300 to 400.
Yeah.
Quarter pot, third pot. All right, now it's rotating. Well, let me rephrase that.
It will be rotating.
It's rotating in the booth on the lights.
Yeah. So bear with us.
And I don't think if you're John here you can call. There's just so many hands that you only have top pair, top kicker.
I don't think you do at all.
8 beats you.
Now, the last time I said this, though, John shipped it. So
that's true.
I just don't know. And he's got the nut blocker, so he's holding the ace. And that's it. He
That's
folds.
the correct fold.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately that's how we expected that to go. You see our current chip count. So Quan moving right up there. So Frankie is the short stack at the table now at the moment.
And I don't think his chip count's correct. I think he's got over 2K. I think he's got 3 stacks of green for 1,500 and a stack of like 5 to 10, 5 to 7 black. I could be wrong. Let me see.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Because it just pointed it. He had less than 2,000 on that right then, and that's exactly right. So I see over 2,300 at least in front of him. So yeah, the chip counts are not correct. It's not accurate for at least Frankie.
And Quan actually picking up a hand.
He's had a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quan's been picking up hands.
See if anybody gets aggressive pre-flop, and when it comes back to around the Quan.
And Eden has slowed down. He hasn't been playing every hand.
I think he's realizing it's a really aggressive table, and he tried to show aggressive up front. Aggression up front.
He paid dearly.
Did he just call? Did he 3-bet out of the small blind?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Oh, and he flops top pair. He's probably going to get sneaky here. Checking.
Yeah.
Renee going to C-bet.
And again, Renee's been playing a lot more aggressive. So he's had a much wider range.
Does he re-raise min clicks?
Yeah, he did.
God.
He min clicked.
I hate min clicks.
Tilting?
No, it's just like, sometimes I don't know. Oh.
So Renee is just coming in with the game plan of putting people to a decision.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's like, okay.
So, I check, bet, 3-bet, 4-bet, 4-bet.
4-bet, yeah.
Yeah. Rounder, I hate min clicks. I'm like, every time somebody min clicks, there was a guy today I was playing. So in between the last streams, because since I don't play, I was like, let me DJ and get 1 hour of poker in before I jump back in the booth. A guy was kind of short stack, and I opened. I hadn't played in a while, guys. So I opened like Queen 5 of Hearts. I was in the hijack for the record. So I was in late position. Everybody folded to me. There's a button straddle. So then the button gets back to the button who didn't Dallas straddle, and he had like, so I make it 20 I think, yeah, in the cutoff with Queen 5 of Hearts, and he had like 120 left. And he makes it like 75. I'm like, bro, why don't you just jam there? Like,
right.
It's like, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm taking, I was like, obviously I'm not calling with Queen 5 of Hearts, but I'm like,
what are you doing?
Yeah. Like, even if I have like jacks there or 10s, I'm probably folding because I'm like, you know, you're going to commit your, I'm actually probably not folding jacks or 10s, but I mean, if I had like a hand, like if I opened a hand with ace jack suited, I'm probably folding there. But yeah, like, dude, if you rip it there, I'm more inclined to call than you just leaving 35% of your stack.
Right.
Like, that's super strong with the move you just made. Oh, here we go.
Well,
I mean, Eden not flopping much of anything.
No, there's not a whole lot for Eden to get really splashy with. I think this is a feeler just to see if he can take the pot.
Yeah, and I like to see Xan just call him.
I would too.
Doesn't
I
need
want to see him
raise.
flat.
It's a little connected. Got some heart draws.
It does.
Has a heart draws. Some straight draws. Yeah.
Generally, though,
Yeah, heads
flush
up.
draws don't bet out.
Yeah.
They want
here's-
to connect it first.
Yeah. So look for the check raise here now. Wait, Eden's a small blind. So look for the raise here. Sorry, I didn't realize Eden was out of position. Yeah, comes back over the top, making the bet 150, slightly over 3x.
Right.
3.5. Yeah.
And
in
as
full.
predicted, Eden goes away.
Yeah, Rounder. Good. I agree as well. And Rounder, thanks for joining the chat. I think you were in here earlier, so I didn't recognize. Yeah. I didn't recognize you in previous chats on our live streams, so I really appreciate you jumping in the both live streams today and commenting and being engaged. So, what we try to do in the booth here is obviously keep you guys entertained by offering poker analysis along the way. So, thanks for joining us. And whenever, I'll tell you what, if you ever come to Texas and you come to Dallas, I will get you an all-day pass.
There it is.
And Captain Underpants just got your text. I'll make sure before I leave I get that card up there for you. Angela McCarroll, wow, Jake and Bake is kicking butt. He has. I don't blame you, Router. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about going home after this because I'm supposed to go shopping all day, and I just don't like shopping. I know I need to because I need to find my future wife in the near future. I don't need to find it in the near future, but I just need to be prepared, right?
You have to lay the foundation.
Yeah, it's lay the foundation, correct. So I was like, I can't not play these games at one. Dude, they're so juicy. they're just so juicy.
Woo, Jake and Bake.
Yeah, there
Flopping
you go.
trips. And Quan with top pair. So I expect this to have a little bit of a firework to it.
Yep. Again, there's two. I mean, it's a paired board.
So with the trips,
yeah.
125.
257 in the pot. It's a pretty big sizing there.
Yeah.
And I guess he's trying to deny. I mean, he doesn't have any hearts, so he doesn't have any hearts. So maybe trying to deny some equity to heart draws, Broadway draws. He does block Broadway with the queen, so. Oh, I definitely wouldn't. 3 miles from Seminole. You know, when Lexo, I know Lexo's back at Seminole now. He was here in Dallas and he played at one of the other local card rooms, and he spent some significant time here. He spent. Maybe you can come to. I don't know. Rada, do you play for a living, or do you just kind of just do it for fun? I don't know. Do you have a quote unquote normal job? Jake is really hot. I hope, Angel, that you're his significant other, because it'd be really awkward if you weren't, and I read that on the stream. But if you're not, look, I ain't here to judge.
Hey,
I'm
love
trying,
is love.
Angela, I'm trying to find my future wife on the stream, so I ain't even mad at you. Ran to play 20 hours a week in real estate. Whew, thank you, Angela. I was hoping, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes. Thank you, Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Angela. Just kidding. No, Angela, thank you for joining today. Yeah, Jake and Bake's been running really well on their stream and playing super
Jake and
well.
Bake has made this stream fun to watch.
Yeah. With all his profit, maybe he can take you out, buy you something. Don't tell him that Eddie Bet in the booth said that.
Yep. We going to Sizzler.
I mean, I'll be like jewelry, vacation. I don't know what he's up because I'm not paying attention to the cumulative totals because I'm trying to concentrate on like writing notes on stuff I see that from us in the booth or from commentators in the chat.
Once again, if you're new to the stream, please do us a favor and subscribe. So we are trying to build our subscribers, and once we get to 1,000, we have a lot more options, and it widens our viewing range. Also monetizes our stream and gives us even more capabilities that we don't have currently. So please, please help us out. Tell your friends just to log on to YouTube, subscribe. They can log back off. We'd like them to stay on and watch and give us a shot. But if not, just have them subscribe and just get us closer and closer to that number. It helps us forward the stream out. So hit a like, hit the subscribe.
And there you go again, Angela. Jake and Bake picking up ace king in middle position. Offsuit has the most equity so far. Again, there's going to be a lot of folds, so definitely his equity is going to increase as the folds go around. You know, some people don't have most of the remaining players don't have much of anything. Maybe I could maybe see Frankie like getting a little splashy with Jack 5 suited on the button. Now folds.
Angela, since we've had Jake and Bake here with us for the better part of the day in the afternoon, you want to just put in here in the chat what it is he needs to be buying to bring home?
Yeah.
So let's make it easy for him.
Yeah, we get it because he's gonna have to. I know he's gonna go back and watch the stream, right?
So he's gonna need some time.
Yeah, and he's gonna see the comments. Okay, he's gonna make mental note of it, and it's gonna be on the internet forever, whether that's on Facebook or obviously it's gonna be in Facebook forever. But obviously I'm live streaming because I'm saying it on the air, so it's definitely gonna be, recorded forever. So. Rounder, Matt, can you confirm this? I'm just thinking, like, I'm not just even talking about for Rounder to try to get him to come to Texas to play at Poker House, but just anybody in the chat that's not in the area that maybe wants to come and play on our live stream, or just play in our room in general, not necessarily the live stream, but does Poker House have a hotel affiliation?
So we are working on that.
Okay.
We have a hotel across the street. We don't have any kind of discount deal with them at the moment.
Okay.
But we do have some options here that are within, 3 to 5 miles away that are both one high-end hotel, and then I think there's one medium range hotel, maybe 2 medium range, where we're trying to negotiate a Poker House rate.
Gotcha.
Where you'll go, and as long as you show your Poker House card on your check-in, or give your Poker House number on an online check-in, then you'll be eligible for the Poker House rate.
Right. Okay.
So we're hoping to have that in place here within the next month.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to actually have it. I know it's kind of pushing it.
I know for the birthday bash.
For the birthday bash, anybody, because for the record, I have a lot of friends in Houston that watch the stream because they know I'm commentating, just because I'm friends with them, right? Not because it's like I'm like a really good commentator. They're just really good friends of mine.
I mean, I watch the stream because I'm
it's definitely not the case. But I'm really good friends with them, and so they're thinking about coming up to play the tournament. They're poker players themselves because it's a really good value tournament. So one of them actually texted like, "Hey, do you guys have any? I know you guys used to have a hotel deal before, but no, whatever. For some reason, you don't. So it'd be really nice to get something in place before." The birthday bash. Again, no pressure on you.
Yeah.
So
Jake
and Bake currently up 4.3K with not that much left. Eddie Bat made that comment on air so that he can hear that, knowing that knowing that Angela is in the chat. So, yeah. Better buy something nice. Tammy coming back saying he can't lie about his winnings. So she knows exactly what he can afford. Look, I'm not here to put anybody on blast, but
facts are facts.
Facts are facts.
Yep.
You had a good night, Jake. And now he won that big hand earlier.
Right.
Yeah, against a 3-way all in, pocket nines, and so.
Oh, thank you, Angela. We're advocating on your behalf. Go team.
Ooh, apparently something happened in the background.
All right, mark your clock. 15 minutes from now, we could just hear the faint noise of cheers and screams out in the room.
Yeah.
So we know something happened. I'm going to say it's probably stream-related in 15 minutes.
That was from the live stream table?
I think so.
I thought that was
You
from
think that was further out?
I thought that was for the final table for the 7,500. I don't know.
See, look at us speculating.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's the live stream.
Okay.
Although, you think we're hearing it from the feedback on the stream?
I think we're hearing from the feedback from the stream.
Oh, I just pulled a rookie move.
Yeah.
I got excited.
I don't know. Viewers in the chat, set us straight. Does it sound like it's the
Did you hear a cheer in the background just a minute ago? You might be right.
Yeah.
Total rookie move.
Jake and Beck losing this hand right here. But again, not that big of a deal. Still, I actually like his bet there.
I do too.
I didn't see the pre-flop action.
Well,
See,
no.
they heard if they heard the yell, then it's definitely in the background.
Yeah,
It's a tournament.
it is. Whoops. Still up.
I would commentate a little bit. I think actually we're done. So I think we have about 10 minutes left. The individual, Craig, running the action tracker came in and put the RFID card. So we will be done. But again, this
has
week,
been a joy.
Yeah. Next Gen tomorrow is going to be making their live stream. So look for that live stream to go up tomorrow from 6 to 10.
Not only that, we have the last minute tournament edition.
Oh, yeah. The last
that was
minute
announced for tomorrow. That's a big one.
Yeah. Maybe we'll. Yeah. I won't be able to actually join because I'm going to go shopping tomorrow.
I've heard
But
that.
yeah. So.
Now we're going to be looking for the Facebook post.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't post on Facebook. I actually don't post on social media. I literally have social media, Facebook, just to check on Poker House and my poker friends.
I think you're going to have to start posting if you're going to put yourself out there.
Oh man, I just hate social media, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm like super anti-social media.
We got to put you out there for sale.
Right.
It's time.
Oh, we trash talking? I'm gonna turn up the table mics a little bit.
It does sound like we might be.
Hi.
Eden's kind of coming out with it.
Hiya. Michael looking like he's racking up. I mean, he's been here pretty much since he was here last night.
Yeah, Mikhail has been in here for most of this table.
So,
Oh, rounder. So,
good question.
yeah, auto shufflers there's a mixed bag with them. So
Right.
for players that don't know, auto shufflers are great in theory.
Right.
Problem with auto shufflers there's a lot of moving parts inside.
Right.
Um,
You have to.
So you don't have to exclusively rent them, Rounder.
You
But
can buy them.
You
Yeah.
can, and especially on the secondhand market, you can buy them. There's a lot of refurbished, so there are options there.
The Deckmate 1, Deckmate 2.
Right, but the reason why people rent them, once upon a time, you had to, and then that opened up probably 7-8 years ago where you had the option to buy.
Okay.
But the reason why most casinos will rent them is because you have to have a service contract to go with it.
Right.
And the service contract is because auto shufflers are going to break almost every month.
So you have to have additional backup.
You really do. It's and that's not an exclusive thing. So it's
Right.
not like every shuffler is going to, but the number of hands that you cycle through a shuffler makes it complicated to keep them in house. And so putting it on a live stream table further complicates it.
Right.
But
yeah.
I was going to say also, I think the auto shuffler on a live stream table might be conducive to breaking the cards.
Yeah, because the cards are thicker.
They are.
They're thicker and a little bigger. Now, for a couple reasons. So, Champions in Houston, they actually were the only room at the time to have auto shufflers in all their tables.
My goodness.
And they had, I
That's a commitment.
I don't remember. They had a bunch of backups, and I don't know if they bought them, if they rented them. That's beside the point. But here's the thing: like, auto shufflers in Texas kind of don't make sense because you don't rake. Yeah,
That's exactly right, Tammy.
So literally, I was saying that. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, it makes more sense if you're a casino, if you're a room that rakes, because the more hands that you deal per half hour, per hour, the more the casino makes.
Right.
Here in Texas, as a player, we pay an hourly. So, I mean, obviously, as a players, we want to get as many hands as we can per down or per hour, right?
But for the investment from the house, it makes a lot less sense to go through that expense and maintain it. Now, admittedly, also, poker clubs in Texas make significantly less than a poker room in a casino.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we don't have the ability to rake, our revenue stream is a lot less, which is why we push things like the stream and a few others.
Yeah.
And we talk
Food
about,
sales and,
and we talk about the ancillary benefits of playing in the club. So we're trying to push other avenues of revenue.
Yeah, selling merchandise. So hopefully that makes sense, Rounder. Yeah.
Yeah, so for those of you that are listening, didn't hear us talk about it earlier today, we did announce, so we have a private player that came in yesterday and put up the guarantee money for an impromptu Super Turbo tournament tomorrow at noon here at Poker House. So this was something where he provided both the structure and the details and the guarantee. So join us tomorrow. It's a deep stack turbo, 125 buy-in with a $10,000 guarantee. 10K guarantee, 125 buy-in, noon start time. It's going to be a 30K starting stack, and then you're going to have, it's a little bit over a 2-hour registration period.
Okay.
So this is not going to be a long tournament with a 10K guarantee.
And I think that was part of the whole purpose of doing that. He did it, he did it partially for us as players in the room, but mainly for friends that like poker, but they can't spend a whole day, right?
Yeah.
But they can spend maybe like 4 hours, 4 hours on a Sunday to play.
Very specifically tailored to his coworkers, his employee team. He was trying to give them something fun to do. And then friends that are super, super recreational. They don't play a lot of this style of poker.
Right.
But they want to get together, and so he asked if Poker House could be a venue for that, and then said that he absolutely is comfortable with opening it up to anybody who wants to come and join the game. So come join us tomorrow at noon.
No, Tammy, I actually need to go shopping because I'm in the booth a lot more now, and so. And joking about the dating thing for the record. Well, I mean, actually,
joking,
Kim,
but not joking.
No, actually, that was part of Kim's reasoning. But for me, I just need nicer clothes. Not that I don't have nice clothes. I just need more.
Updated variety.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I've seen what you wear, so
yeah.
you just need updated variety.
Yeah, dang, I don't know if I should take that as
You do.
no, I just need
No, because you fall into the trappings of every single, I think, male guy friend that I have. We all do the same thing where you have your 5 outfits and you rotate them.
Yeah, and
So, yeah.
need to do just again being on the stream more and being more of a representative here for Poker House. Want to look the part, but Kim suggested, hey, it's time for you to start dating. So I said, okay, fair enough. So for double purpose, and it looks like I think they're done because it looks like they switched the RFID card.
I think they did a PLO race or a flip.
I agree, Tammy. You don't need to close for a woman if it makes you more confident.
I don't get Tammy with the gold eyes.
Tammy. You know what? So for the record, like, I don't want to get into all this.
I'm just gonna put out there. So a date with Eddie will also get you an ambassador card for the day. So we're just going to add a promo out there.
Oh my gosh.
So you set up the parameters of the date, and then you come back the next day.
Oh my gosh.
Tell everybody at the table all about the experience. We'll do an ambassador card for the day.
So for the record, every time I commentate in the booth, I always listen to my streams to see how I can become a better commentator. It's kind of like how poker players, when they play a live stream, they're going to go back and watch to see what mistakes they made and the hands they played. I don't know if I want to go back and listen to this to the specific stream.
My friend, it's like Jordan trying to learn how to be a better dunker.
No, fair enough. Because I think I'm just going to cry and laugh. Not cry badly, just like laugh cry because it's like hearing myself talking about dating.
Right. You got to cry through your happy tears.
So are we done with the stream?
So Eric just came in.
Yeah, they swapped out the cards.
Yeah,
He just confirmed.
Before we sign off, tell them about the tournament tomorrow.
We just did.
We went through all the details.
Yeah. So, do you have anything to say? How do you think the game
Here,
went?
let me give you the headset. So I'm going to give my headset over to Eric so he can give the last update.
Is that,
What was the question?
how do you think?
This went?
Yeah.
I didn't. I was working the floor, so I
Yeah.
don't know how it went.
I think the main criticism that at least we got on our end, it was the dang camera. So we need to.
It is, and
Can we put that on here?
so
I don't know.
So, this, I'm going to geek out on you for a second.
Okay.
Because that's what I do. This is a HDMI switch with 50-foot cables.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. We just ordered a 8-port ATM SDI switch. The cables came today. We're waiting on that switch. That'll be back when we come back from Vegas.
Okay.
And I think that will fix
I'm gonna
the
turn on the camera.
HDMI problems.
That will resolve this issue.
That should resolve this
Okay.
issue. So when I come back from Vegas, we're going to put in the new switch, and that'll fix that problem.
Perfect. So again, viewers, thank
crossed.
you for the chat. Listen, we had a number of viewers. We had nearly 50 viewers again
Nice.
on the impromptu. So our viewership base is growing. Our subscriptions on YouTube are growing. So thank you very much. And Rounder was from South Florida. Has been in the chat both
times.
Both times. So
I'm going to be in Daytona Beach in January. Come up and say hi.
yeah, if you're going to be in Daytona Beach again, we'll Eric Anderson is our live stream manager here and our tournament director, known across the nation for his streaming.
Oh, well,
Stripping.
I mean, I charge extra for that.
Yeah. Setting up various live streams across the nation. So he'll be down in Daytona Beach, but
Did you guys give a shout out to Minnesota Mike in the box?
I did.
That's my guy.
Yeah, so give a shout. I actually gave a shout out to all the dealers that rotated in and out.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Had
They do a great
significant
job.
other. Tammy was in the chat engaging in here. So
Jacob Bake's wife was in the chat.
yeah, Jake.
Oh, so I
he
hear
did really well. So he has to buy her something.
I hear he busted his brother-in-law. The 6K guy. Yes. That's his brother-in-law.
Hiya.
So
Didn't know that.
now I just heard it was like ace 10 against queen 10 on a 10 high flop or something like that.
I didn't realize that was his.
I don't know if who married whose sister.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was you. Angela said I am. He better buy me something nice.
Yeah.
He can't lie. He can't lie about his winnings. She knows exactly what he can afford. So who's all right? Oh, those are old chats you were looking at.
yeah,
I
from
thought they
earlier,
just started chatting right now.
Yeah.
So it was super fun. So tomorrow noon, $125 buy-in, 10K guarantee, 30K starting stack. I don't love break add-ons, but we're doing one tomorrow because it's a recreational crowd.
That's being sponsored.
It's being sponsored
and guaranteed by a player.
Yeah, he wants to put up the guarantee. He's going to bring all of his coworkers. So this is going to be a very target-rich environment.
Right.
Is what I would call it. 30K starting stack, 10-minute levels. They don't want it. They're not grinders. If you want a good tournament to grind, don't come here tomorrow.
Right.
If you want a bunch of recreational players who are looking to gamble it up and have a good time, this is where you want to be. On break, $100 buy-in, or excuse me, $100 add-on for 45,000 chips. 150% of your regular starting stack you're going to get on break. I normally don't like that, but it's a great deal. Yeah. It's going to boost up, going to boost the prize pool. It's going to be a good deal. That's all I've got. Anything else?
No, that's all. We'll let them know that you're not going to be here for the next couple weeks.
I stepped away from everything to let you guys do it without me. I heard only good things, except for the camera, and that's just that's a combination of Craig moving too fast and you not paying attention to the switch. Right. Now, whenever I know that I went too fast, I pop in here and I fix it. Yeah. He doesn't know to do that yet.
Gotcha.
So that's a combination of him and you. So we'll be good next week, and in 2 weeks. Non-issue.
Yeah, not going to be an issue. We're going to have all our new cameras, overhead flop cam.
In about 3 months, we're going to forget this even happened, and we're going to laugh. Oh, remember when we had to keep hitting that button? It'll just be gone. It'll be fine. That's it, man.
So see
you guys.
For Eric, Matt, and I in the booth here at Pokerhouse again for our 4th impromptu stream this week.
Boom. We're just streaming fools.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining in on the chat. We will let you know. Well, actually, we probably won't let you know because it's going to be an impromptu outside the next gen stream tomorrow. Next gen is going to be streaming tomorrow. It's a 1-3-1500. It's a 2-5
1500.
1500 cap.
Yep.
From 6 to 10 tomorrow, and then
nothing Monday. Planned.
Probably Tuesday. Going to do another 1-500 cap.
500 max buy-in.
Yeah.
On the Tuesdays, on the low buy-in one, we do not do match stack. We don't want somebody to come in here and bloat the buy-in. Right. Wednesday, final table for Katie's game.
Yeah, and then Thursday.
Thursday is the Duck stream.
The Duck stream.
That's a fun one. That's a 1-3-5.
And then Friday we can probably do another 1-2.
Friday, whatever you guys want to do. I'm going to be in Bemidji.
So, and again, it's whatever. And you guys are getting back Friday.
I'll be back next Tuesday.
Okay. So
I'll be back in time to stream a 1-2 on Tuesday.
Perfect.
All right. Excellent.
So, again, on behalf of Poker House Dallas, here at the staff, we have Eric, Matt, and I in the booth. We're going to be logging off and seeing you soon. Have a good evening. Thank you again for tuning in.
Bye-bye. Oh, before you hit end, let's do this. You can turn off our camera.
Yes.
And then click on, go down to live stream.
Okay.
Commentary, actually down one. Yep. Click on that. And turn off the screen capture to the right.
Okay.
Turn that off. And let's just let this scroll for a little bit.
Yeah,
this is our schedule.
Yeah, so for those of you still in the chat, check our schedule out. It's going to talk about the Daniels Bash, the 150K guarantee, some various terms we have. I'll let this run for 5-10 minutes just so you can, so you guys can kind of see what we have. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. That's true, too. So I'll let this cycle through. couple times. I'll step out, let you guys take a look at this, and I'll end the stream. So again, thank you very much for joining in the chat. Have a good evening. Signing out from Poker House Dallas.